Ready. Ready. Play.
As a ticket sales, but also
No way this was actually Neil Skapski, by the way.
What's this? Something about Neil Skapski is probably used to it. I didn't get that one, sorry.
Okay. Neil Skapski showed up in the chat, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. There was someone called Neil Skapski in the chat, was there?
On these Polish streams, I sometimes do Zizhen Zhang would show up from time to time. I don't think it was actual Triple Z.
Listen, it probably wasn't Neil Skapski, but if it was, then they've done, or if it wasn't, sorry, they've done their homework because he is a Liverpool fan. Because his comment is
good. That was just like this elaborate, right? I like that.
Yeah, so they've done their homework, which is good because he's a Liverpool fan and therefore he wouldn't like my hat. But I'm suggesting that it wasn't him.
And yeah, Neil Skapski would also be suggesting Luke Johnson, of course, for a fellow Brit.
Brazy is convinced it's the real Neil Skapski. Jake is asking if it's the real Neil Skapski. Yeah, could be. I mean, if you're gonna fake being someone, then you're probably not going to choose Skapski, but then that's probably a good one to choose as a result.
Why wouldn't you choose Skapski?
You wouldn't choose him because you go for a big one. You know, why not be Martin? Yeah, but I mean, like in the world of tennis,
if it's the real Neil Skapski, now you kind of
be annoyed at that. As well as the Man United hat, I'm going to have to go on a big apology towards him, and yeah. I'm not big, he says. Yeah, there you go. Neil, if it's you, you're huge. But I'm still thinking that Neil, you're not Boris Becker. That's the one you got to choose, or Martina Navratilova, or Steffi Graf. I mean, you can go for a current player, I guess, but why not go for one of the legends like that in the singles?
I'm sorry, Neil. I think top 20. Well, former number one doubles. Like you're still big.
You're big, but
you're big to me. You're big to me.
But we still don't know if it's. And by the way, we're not going to get the truth out of Neil anyway, because if it's him, he's going to go, yeah, it's me. I'm the real Neil Skapski. And if he's not telling the truth and it really isn't Neil Skapski, he's going to go, yeah, it's me.
We'll never know, unless he like.
Well, no, how we'll know, Neil. If you are the real Neil Skapski, send me a DM on Instagram or on Twitter, and then we'll know. Neil's officially a friend of the show.
Yeah, friend of the show, Neil Skapski, actually, yes.
Or maybe the
Ready. Play.
Hey guys, Iga Swiatek, Paula, Badosa. Will the real Neil Skapski please stand up? As far as I know, we haven't had Badosa or Swiatek ever on the chat, but we have had them on the live stream. However, I don't think we've had the chance to do a watch along from their match, given their only two prior meetings happened in 2021. You might remember the one at the Olympics where Iga was crying after she lost. Then, of course, the WTA finals as well, which didn't really go according to plan for her, but she did beat Badosa there. Yeah, this looks like a pretty exciting contest. Of course, Paula has really recovered her form, her career this season, if you may. I mean, she was contemplating retirement due to these chronic back issues. Now she's back. When she's back, she's been playing like at a top 10 level for the past 2 seasons, I think. She's not actually that far from the top 10 as well right now, ranking-wise. I think she might get there in the first half of the 2025 season. I've said a few times this year that to me she's even playing better than she was back when she was number 2 in the world, which might be a controversial opinion, but anyway, yeah, I mean she's a threat That's for sure. We are playing in Spain. I hear that on the first match there was not that much like there weren't like the crowd support for Spain wasn't anything crazy. That there were a lot of Poles too, but maybe it kind of gets better as the day goes on. And actually, Sara Sorribes Tormo made sure that this match would be happening, later in the day, because as usual, she was out there. She was 3 hours 51 minutes against Magdalinette. What an incredible win for the Pole, who was like 0-3, 15-30 down, I think, in the deciding set. She also... Did she save a set point in the opening set tiebreak? Yes, I believe so. I think with a forehand winner down the line. And basically just gave Swiatek this, potential position to claim this match. We'll see if that happens. Of course, Iga... Badosa is on the floor. I think she should be fine. Yeah, she's just showing Iga a thumbs up. It's the very first point, which is pretty funny, but yeah, no, she's fine. You could see that she's gonna be fine, that her ankle didn't like twist or anything like that, I think, but yeah. Yeah, she's gonna be okay. Don't worry about that. Anyway, of course, Linette has now put Swiatek in a great position to win this clash. If Swiatek wins, there's no doubles. Poland just goes through and then takes Czechia tomorrow. Poland, Czechia, especially after the US went out, like that's probably the main two favorites. So that would be an incredible match tomorrow. What else is there to say is that, well, I don't know if Linette would recover for that, but we have Frank as well, and that's the good part of having like two very evenly matched number 2 players, right? We have Swiatek obviously in the top spot, and then Linette or Frank. It's pretty much a pick, a pick 'em. I think today David Cel, so the captain of Poland's BJK Cup team, of course the husband of Agnieszka Radwańska, he kind of made a risky choice. Frank has been in better shape than Linette the last couple of months. She won that WTA 500 in Guadalajara. She's ranked higher. And first of all, I mean, yeah, Linette was 0-4 against Sorribes Tormo. I don't remember that much from most of their matches. I do remember their Bogota, maybe it was, clash in 2017. I very vividly remember where I was watching it. And it was definitely a pain for Linette to play Sorribes Tormo most of the time. It was a pain today sometimes. She is just relentless, the Spaniard. But she was able to pull through Magda, and now is basically giving Iga this chance to claim the tie. If she can't, obviously there's still going to be the doubles. In the initial selections, we have Kava and Frank, but I think we still have a lot of space to potentially maneuver there if the doubles is going to happen. If we need to win it, I think Iga should play. With whom? I don't know. We don't really have a proper doubles specialist right now. I guess we have Peter, but just not on this team. Since Rosolska, stopped playing. So I don't think we really have a proper doubles specialist, at least on this team. So you can go many, many directions there. But of course, Iga will be trying to make sure that that doubles rubber just doesn't happen. So yeah, 1-1 in the head-to-head, as I mentioned. Of course, Iga is coming off that WTA finals appearance where she didn't get out of groups, but then again, she went 2-1, so you can't be too disappointed about it, I guess. And she did end on a high note as well. That's 6-love, 6-1, or the other way around. I don't remember. 6-1, 6-love, or 6-love, 6-love, 6-1, I think, against Daria Kasatkina. So maybe this is something that she can be confident about here. Anyway, the first point, of course, that was the one where Badosa fell on the floor. That one she lost. Iga just putting away the next shot, but she wins the game with some early errors from the Pole's racket. Badosa, of course, can keep up with her baseline pace, at least for a bit. I think movement-wise, Paula isn't the best defensively, so it could still be very beneficial for her if she tries to combat Iga a bit more here than maybe in this first game in the long run. But we'll see. Probably cannot afford to be just, playing defense, getting wrong-footed and all. She's definitely at her best when she's firing back, and she has the ability to do it. Wow. Yes. Of course, this tie was supposed to be played on Wednesday, but because of the flooding and the horrible weather that's been basically just destroying Spain for the last few weeks, that's why it was moved to Friday. Probably doesn't make much of a difference. I mean, it could mean that Linette is unable to play tomorrow. We'll see. This is the they have some like gaming chairs there for the players to watch. Interestingly, we see Frank and Kava and Daria Abramovic as well, of course, Iga's psychologist. And yeah, I don't think I mentioned that earlier, or did I eventually get to that? I was just trying to say that Frank and Kava are nominated for the doubles if it's going to happen. But yeah, I think they could go a different way if it actually comes to that. And yeah, this was supposed to be on Wednesday, and now it's on Friday. So the only thing it really changes is that we're gonna have less if Poland wins or Spain. There's going to be less rest before the match against Czechia. Is it a big deal? Probably not. I think it could be for Linette, obviously, or for Soribes Tormo. But, well, Spain also has like a backup option, right? I don't remember if it's like Buzas Monteiro, I think, is on the team, and I don't remember who else, but most certainly, I think Spain also has a backup option that is not necessarily weaker than Soribes Tormo. So probably both teams will be fine in that scenario. Funnily enough, I'm flying to Spain on 6 a.m. today, or tomorrow rather, but not to Malaga, rather to Alicante. Don't think it's like kind of the same part of the country, but not very close. Double fault from Swiatek, 30-15 up. Of course, at the same time, we also have some other matches going on, like Alcaraz Zverev at the ATP Finals. I think we have a watch along for that too. And there's also the BJK Cup playoffs that are happening this weekend. We've got Belinda Bencic playing there, for example. Bencic recently came back with two W75 appearances. One was in Luxembourg, and the first one was Hamburg, I think. Yeah, that indoor hall, which held challengers at some point too. So I think that even in March this year. So anyway, I think that Bencic made won one round in Hamburg, then lost to Kulikova, and then made the quarters in Luxembourg, but withdrew before the quarters, I think. Yeah, so still kind of just barely getting back from her pregnancy break. Soon enough, you're gonna see her on the WTA accounts, with a mom on a mission thing, just like they always do. Anyway, this at 30-all was such a good opportunity for Badosa. I wonder, what she was thinking with that forehand, really, just trying to play it with so much spin despite it being a short ball. And she pays the price for that. I think Iga would have been in a really tough spot if he just flattens it out a bit better, but it is what it is. 40-30 for the Pole, who of course double faulted on this side of the court 2 points ago. Let's see if she can avoid that here. She definitely avoided the double fault, but can she get through Badosa here somehow? Heavy on the forehand, but Badosa is kind of in control. There's a very deep backhand cross from Iga, though, really getting her back into this point. Goes backhand line. There's some really good consistency here. And yeah, as I was saying earlier, like if she gets Badosa on the move like this, probably going to win 90% of these. Abramovic standing up to applaud her as she takes her first game of the match. Lots of shots on the Polish team so far and on Daria. I don't think we've seen the Spanish players on the screen yet. I mean, we've seen the captain, of course, who I think is Anabel Medina Garrigues, the two-time French Open doubles champion. But I don't think I've seen any shots of the Spanish players yet. I'm sure they're watching, though. Yeah, I can even see them in the corner of the screen when they just have the TV view of the court. Of course, this is the BJK Cup, and like the captains are sitting on the bench with the players. And during the changeovers, we get a lot of talk between them. I'm not sure how much of that is actually audible on the screen, on the streams or wherever you're watching, really. But of course I'm watching on mute since I'm doing this, so I'm probably not going to be able to tell you anything, even if there would be some Polish conversation audible from Iga and David. First point of the next game, beautiful backhand line from Iga. It's a nice combination of the last point of the previous game, really finding her range maybe. Deep shot here, but she's trying to loop the forehand in, and that's not going to be quick enough. Just not going to be quick enough with her coordination here. Seems like there are more Spanish fans at this match than there were, at least initially, at Linette Sorribes Tormo. Of course, when it comes to Swiatek's participation in BJK Cup, the last couple of years she was not at the finals in 2022 and 23, mostly due to the fact that with the WTA finals, it was just tough to fly over to Spain, right? I mean, 22, it was in Fort Worth, 23, it was in Cancun. So it was rough. Some players tried, like Pegula or Goff, but most of the time they also struggled. So it wasn't like a horrible thing, obviously, that Iga did that. And now we have some shots of the Spanish team, although it's just there's just one player there. Otherwise, some coaches. Anyway, yeah, I mean, she wasn't flying over. I think that's fine. But this year, given the finals were in Riyadh, definitely the right moment for her to appear in this competition. And yeah, suddenly just make Poland one of the favorites. But Badosa holding up here, really pushing Iga wide with the backhand cross. Beautiful. Repeating that forehand inside out in the same direction, and eventually she's going to get the point. This is a really good rally from her. And yeah, of course, Iga played the two BJK Cup matches that she was required to get for the Olympics. So she played against Romania a couple of years ago, beating Prisacariu and Buzarnescu. And then this year she had to also appear against Switzerland, where she beat Celine Neff, and maybe that was her only singles match this time. I don't remember. No, Jill Teichmann. I think she also played Jill Teichmann, right? But yeah, Buzarnescu and Prisacariu in Radom, and I think this year in Switzerland in BL they played against, they played away. Well, once again, Swiatek gets the first point in this game, but Badosa is not going down. Ooh, my camera just went out. But you should still hear me, I'm assuming. So that's okay. Yeah, that's just my camera then. I'll try to fix it in a moment. If you can hear me, then that's obviously really good. Okay, should be fine now. If we get more issues, I'll try to fix the plugging or whatever. What do you put Frank's huge rise in the rankings to? What has she improved or done differently? I think it's amazing. Yeah, I mean, it's so unexpected. It's basically not, it wasn't considered possible. What do I put this down to? I think she's definitely done some, minor work in terms of getting the serve to be just a tiny bit better, just basically getting her all-round game to be a tiny bit better. Of course, she's never going to be a very aggressive player, but she does put away shots a little better. And yeah, I think it's just 5% every single season that eventually led to something. And I mean, in Poland, this is pretty obvious, but I mean, you guys probably don't have to know this, but she's been working with the same coach for years, Andrzej Kobierski. And the work they've done clearly is just incredible, because no one would have ever expected this from Frank. I think, she's kind of like a Marcos Giron, if you may. We're getting to the top 100, you just know that the shots aren't at the same quality as the other players. But then suddenly you just keep working on it, you keep working hard, and suddenly you're a threat to anybody on the tour. And yeah, I think Magda, just like Linette actually, but both Frank and Linette, they perform really well in team competitions as well. Last year, or actually was it 2 years ago? I remember this match that Frank lost to Collins at BJK Cup, which was just amazing. Still maybe one of her best performances to this day, even though she lost that match. And she's just such a fun grinder on grass courts as well, generally faster conditions. She's going to be good in Guadalajara, right? Because you have the altitude and other players aren't controlling the ball well, but she can do it. Like it's that second type of good altitude player, right? We always say that there's like, of course, the big weapons that are going to work well in conditions like this, but at the same time, there are also players like, I don't know, Renzo Olivo, Cocciaretto, Magdalena Frank, who just simply can actually control their shots at altitude, whereas other players are struggling to with the crazy conditions. And of course, that's how she won Guadalajara, the WTA 500. And just gradually 1% every year, 1% every year led to something. There used to be like a bit of Polish tennis Twitter drama a couple of years ago when one of the biggest journalists in the country, like someone who owns a pretty major portal, said that like Frank has zero potential or something like that. And Magdalena actually sort of like also came in and said, how can an owner of a big tennis website say this? And I was kind of on the fence with this because I understand what he meant, you know? Magda Frank is really maximizing her potential to a level that was previously just completely unpredictable. And she deserves a lot of credit for that. But did she actually, have the potential to do it? I don't know. I think she's a really good example of just getting the furthest you can possibly get with her game. And that's not going to be like something negative, right, from me. Well, 30 on the Swiatek serve here, but she's already weathered the storm a little bit. Again, kind of just getting Badosa stretched from corner to corner here. That forehand cross sealing the deal. Not that easy for her so far to get Badosa on the move like this, but the 2 free points she had her, she's won them. Still, of course, not out of the woods here. 30 all. Gonna retoss as well, as she threw it a bit too forward. Once again, okay. 2 retosses in a row. I think on the third one she should serve even if she tosses poorly. She did to toss okay now. Ooh, goes for a big forehand cross again. This time it's just a straight up +1 winner. Gets the applause from Frank. I think I wonder actually how Frank feels about Linette playing today against Soriba Stormo, because you've got that 0-4, right? And you've got the ranking and generally form over the last few months. But then again, when they played that Prague final, right, in July, Linette just crushed her. So I don't know. I think both decisions could have been very understandable, but I just wonder how Magda feels about it. I mean, she's probably not the type of person to be. I think she's like too humble to be angry at this, but obviously Linette also won, so that kind of closes any conversation, even if it lasted 3 hours and 51 minutes. Swiatek gets Badosa to slice here, and she actually goes to the net and picks off the forehand volley. Oh, Jake switching accounts. Zverev coming to the net a lot, and at the moment managing those moments well. Yeah, that's the one match that I was mentioning earlier that is also happening at the same time. We have a watch along for that too. 4-all so far. This is obviously not the position that we were kind of expecting from this match, I suppose, in the sense that we were thinking this would be a match for who gets to top the group, and it's actually not. But it seems like, okay, yeah, 6 breakpoints saved by Alcaraz already on the way to that 4-0. And third game on the Badosa serve, third game in a row on the Badosa serve, we get Iga winning the first points. It's just that the last 2 times it happened, she actually was, I think she lost 4 in a row after that. So let's see if this is any different. Well, not so far, as she's trying to load up on a big backhand return. And that's going to be long, miles long, actually. I was talking a lot about the Swiatek participation in BJK Cup, because obviously that's something that I know off the top of my head. But Badosa, though, I maybe will check how often she's played for the national team recently. That's not really something that I have memory. Ooh, yeah, not much, actually, it seems. 2022, she beat Rybakina. Yeah, that I remember, yes. And then she lost to Harriet Dart. That was in November. And that's, I guess, her last appearances in the BJK Cup. That's what it would seem. Spain has that, I mean, privilege. Yeah, I think we can call it the privilege of being the hosts. So I think they aren't playing the qualification rounds, where, as I mentioned earlier, Poland beat Switzerland this year. That's at least what I think I remember. I think last year Poland wasn't playing them either, with because we got a wild card, which was clearly kind of like hoping that Swiatek would appear, and no, she didn't. Okay, this could have been an incredible shot if Iga makes it, but she doesn't. So it's going to be 40-30. Badosa, she was so far wide out of the court, trying to find that sort of a forehand down the line pass a la Alcaraz against Jari in Rio or something like that. But yeah, no, it doesn't happen. 40-30, second serve though. Now, this is the playoffs. Yeah, that's another one of these points where, like, if Swiatek gets Badosa far out enough, like if the angles, if the width are good, if the width is good enough, she's gonna be fine. Yes, as I mentioned, Spain didn't play the qualifying round as the host of the BJK Cup finals, as I expected. But who is also on the team? Yeah, Bastos Ribera and Buzas Maneiro are initially scheduled to appear in the doubles, but if the doubles is going to take place, of course, these nominations can definitely change. So I'm not positive that this will be the lineup that Spain goes with eventually. One more game point for Badosa. Swiatek switching up from the backhand cross-court trade, opens up the court for herself for the forehand down the line winner. And it's beautiful. Oh yeah, Parisas Diaz as well. Yeah, I forgot Parisas Diaz was also included. So Sorribes Tormo is actually the fourth the fourth highest ranked, but at the same time she's the second lowest ranked player on the team when it comes to singles. But Medina Garrigues decided to put her, and I guess 3 hours 51 minutes. Yeah, sure, she lost the match, but I don't think it was a wrong decision per se. Buzas Maneiro though definitely could have been included. I think that was a solid idea. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if it's just Badosa Sorribes Tormo playing if we get the doubles, and for Poland Swiatek with whoever really. I'm not sure. Maybe Frank. Well, advantage Badosa again after another backhand return that just floats long from Swiatek. Frank, though, doesn't really play doubles, so maybe it would just be Swiatek Linette or Swiatek Kava. I don't know. No idea. We'll see. Anyway, 3-2 Badosa eventually. So she survives. Well, survives maybe the stretch. I don't think she had to save a breakpoint, but there were a few deuces. So it wasn't an obvious game either. Luis, are you from Spain? Because that would be pretty wild if this is the only way to watch in your country. I'm just guessing by the name, but I'm assuming not, right? I mean, since it's a Spanish event, probably you have another. Probably you're just from Mexico or any other Spanish-speaking country. Zverev serving, volleying, and serving his way out of trouble, says Jake. So that he have to save some breakpoints in that 9th game, probably. Let me see. No, actually just got to deuce. I guess that's still like only the second game on the Zverev serve this event that went to deuce, right? So and also on the screen, as you can see, you have the score from Bencic if you wanna sort of like check on that from time to time. Bencic playing Radivojevic, Switzerland taking on Serbia there. I guess Switzerland will be hoping for Golubic to step up as well. Of course, Victoria recently claiming her second WTA Tour title. Truthfully, I haven't been like following, or at least, I don't think there was anything to follow up until today, but I haven't really like checked who was in that playoff round. So I'm not really sure about that, but yeah, Switzerland against Serbia, indeed. Kazakhstan, right? I forgot because I saw some pictures of Rybakina practicing in Astana, and I was thinking, why are people photographing her? But that's just BJK Cup, then. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, I was thinking she was just doing her off-season training or whatever. A lot of spin on the Iga forehand here, but Badosa survives. Now she's again a bit far wide, but she's able to produce a phenomenal angle on the backhand herself. And now she's going to throw in the drop shot. I think it's good. What a crazy point. Is Iga going to make this shot? No. The drop shot from Badosa landed right on the line, and Swiatek just kind of decides to go for it, just fully on the run and basically say, okay, if Badosa can make the shot, I'm probably going to lose. Badosa did make it. I mean, she barely got to it. She basically let the racket do the talking, and it bounced off her racket in a way that made it kind of impossible for Iga to chase it down. Though she tried to play a behind the back shot. Ukraine again hosting a tie in the US. That's quite interesting. I mean, I remember they did it in April, right? On green clay, and now they're also playing in some McKinney venue. China, Belgium as well in the playoffs. Brazil, Argentina. What a showdown. Ooh, +1 forehand winner from Swiatek is just deadly here. Now she's the one who has to... Well, I know it's just love 15, but Badosa has been doing that every single game, so I guess we can say that Iga is also now forced to fight back from that position in her game. 137 kilometers an hour on the forehand winner that I just mentioned. It was massive, that's for sure. Ooh, and that's a good return from Badosa, deep at Iga, and she's not going to handle it, so 15-30. So far, a very tight match, that's for sure. Can't just, put Swiatek already into the winner's seat or whatever, however you want to call it, and just say that Poland has already qualified. It's not quite that easy yet. This should be another put away +1. Well, it's not a put away, but also actually some good recovery. But yeah, now she's probably gonna be done. Although the moonball should be in. What's gonna happen with the Iga smash? She goes middle, and Badosa is still in the point. That was actually some pretty incredible scrambling from Paula. I know I said that on the defense she doesn't really hold up against many top quality opponents, but this was good. This was just 5 or 6 shots more than was required generally would be required from Iga in a rally like this against most opponents. So she was definitely fine here. Even that last shot, still not a super easy one. So 30-all, that was a really clutch point, and obviously great try from Badosa. I think it's a double fault from Iga again, yes. So we're going to have the breakpoint for Paula. This is the first breakpoint of the match. I think so. Could easily check this, but yeah, I think so. "28 minutes in. Swiatek is under a bit of pressure. Tries to go T with the slider. I think it's just wide. She just double faulted. Will be desperate to avoid it, but then maybe Badosa can hunt for an aggressive second serve return. That's what she's trying to do. She gets it on the line. She is kind of in control here. But Iga finds this really good backhand cross counter. Yeah, just got so much acceleration on this. You can see, I don't know, maybe they're going to show the replay, but definitely, like, it wasn't just a normal defensive shot. She speeds up the movement of the rocket head just so much in the last portion of the motion, and well, that gets her the point. But it was not easy. This return from Badosa is going to go in, but it should just sit up for Iga, and it does. Goes game point up now, and we'll be hoping to just clear this game as soon as possible, given Paula is definitely fighting so far. Think maybe that clipped the net a bit from Iga, and now she has Paula on the move. Should be game Swiatek, and it is. 6-5 Zverev in Turin. Of course, that match has still a lot of bearing on who gets out of groups. Even Zverev, despite winning his first 2 matches 2 sets to love, is not guaranteed. However, I think soon he might be, just because in order not to be in order not to make the semifinals, he would have to lose to Alcaraz by a lot of games. Basically, he can only be last in the. He can only be third in the group if the percentage of games won he has is going to be worse than Ruud's or Alcaraz if Ruud and Alcaraz both win. So I think Zverev is pretty much qualified. It's very similar, of course, to that group yesterday, right? The situation where Sinner, of course, they were playing in different order, but like when a set was won by the minor in that opening match, then Sinner was already qualified. And if we swapped it here, so like if if Andre won a set of Casper, if they were playing first, then Zverev would be qualified. So it's strictly the same situation. And given the conditions, it's unlikely that Zverev will lose like 1-6, 1-6 or whatever, even if, could still happen technically in sets 2 and 3. Speaking of like some violent last minute acceleration on the backhand swing from Iga, this is a crazy return. Angle, pace. Yeah, that's just a return winner, honestly, against anybody here. But of course, it's also the quality of the serve coming in that was probably not that high. Although, it had placement. 15-30 now. This is the first game on the Badosa serve where she won the first point. However, she is now 15-30 down. I'm trying to think like what was my assumption about this matchup going in. I guess I wasn't really bothering too much with it. I was just thinking, well, Iga is gonna win it, but like what sort of style? I don't know. And so far, I think it's definitely entertaining and close. I'm not as sure as I was this morning that Iga is gonna win it. Badosa is definitely holding up, but let's see if she can hold here from 30-all. Swiatek was trying to go for like a very deep, lightning quick backhand return down the middle of the last point, but she missed it. Now she just throws it in a bit more. There's lots of loop here on the forehand, so Badosa tries the same pretty much, but she is defending, just barely getting two balls here. Gonna try to slice, but she won't get there. She is disappointed about something. I'm not really sure, but she was just like... But yeah, the first couple of shots, there was that one from Iga, which kind of shifted the tone of the rally completely when she threw in all that spin. Badosa trying to respond with the same, but that indeed just gives Iga a chance to slap the inside in, which she did. Eventually, she just follows up the goes over the rest of the pattern and is able to get her first break point of the match at 30-40. Also, the second serve from Badosa. So it's a real chance now. And it's a double fault from Paula. So this is the first moment where she really slips up, and Swiatek gets the first break of the match and will lead 4-3. After the change of ends, she will serve. Let's see how Zverev and Alcaraz are going. Okay, so there's a set point for the German. As we have the change of ends here, I might just very briefly switch to that match and see if... Oh, sorry. Didn't want the sound to be on. But anyway, I might just quickly switch to that match and see what's gonna happen. I think Zverev lost the point, though. Based on his reaction. I didn't actually see the point, but I think he must have missed this forehand. Yes, indeed. So it is already deuced there. Over the course of the set, I mean, without or barely watching it, definitely it was Carlos who was falling into more trouble. And that includes, of course, this set point just now. But with an ace down the tee, it seems like he might be able to secure the breaker. Last year in Turin, when they played, the court was much faster. And I remember thinking that Carlos has absolutely no chance. And to me, he was a little fortunate to get a set there. This year, maybe he can be a bit better. But of course, this set, it's clear that he's been holding up mostly because of saving all these breakpoints. It easily could have been a 6-4 set at least for Zverev. But anyway, I'll just watch this point and then I'm switching back to Swiatek. Zverev kind of on the attack. He's been hitting that inside in very well all week, but this time he just barely misses it. So it is going to be a tiebreak between Alcaraz and Zverev. Anyway, let's switch back to Badosa and Swiatek. Iga serving at 4-3. Just one more thing though, that inside in from Zverev, I think that's when you can tell he's really confident. When he's using his forehand like this, I think that's one of the signifiers. Of course, didn't make it this time, but he was pretty impeccable with this the last two matches. Oh, let's see if Badosa can find the response. Gets the first point, gets Swiatek stretched to the forehand side. Iga's ball isn't going to clear the net. Of course, pretty well. It's a new thing that the BJK Cup and the Davis Cup finals will be in the same venue, right? Right after the ATP finals are over, the events are gonna kind of overlap briefly, or actually maybe not overlap, but one is gonna finish and the other is gonna start, which I think is pretty fun. Definitely a good moment to be a Malaga resident, although maybe not with the weather, but in terms of being a tennis fan, if you can get yourself there most days, that's definitely fun for you. I actually will be in Spain for the next 10 days from tomorrow, but not in Malaga. 4-3, 15-0. Iga on the front foot here, Badosa trying to defend, but she's gonna mishit that forehand on the run. 30-15. Let's see if this will be that sort of a set where one slip up basically costs Badosa some really good work that she was putting in over the course of it. 38 minutes in, we've got 30-15 on the Swiatek serve. I think that's an ace out wide, yes. It looks a bit clunky, that serve toss here, but that's fine. Of course, she lands it. more people in the Polish team now on our screens, of course, including Maja Chwalinska, who I know is one of Jake's sort of like low-key favorites as well. And yeah, I'd love to see Maja in the top 100 at some point. Definitely a unique game. I don't know if there's anyone really right now that can compare to it in the top 100. Maybe like a Tatiana Maria, but it's a different style for sure as well. Maya not quite as slice and dice, but still a lot of it, obviously, and she's a lefty too. It would be best if Swiatek was just still in the top 100. but well, she's only playing she's only playing doubles now. 5-3 for Swiatek. Badosa serving to stay in the set. This is very random, but I would also love to see Mayo Hibi playing right now. I think she stopped. At least I don't think I've seen her in a while, but that's another very slice heavy style, of course. A one-hander, but like if you watched, it's kind of like Tatiana Maria, where if you watched an entire match of hers, you would not be able to tell whether she has a one-hander or not. Like literally, it would be impossible because she's just always slicing. She's 28 though. She must be playing, right? No, actually, she's not. Yeah, I was right. 2021 was her last last appearance. I don't know why, but yeah, she's 28 and doesn't seem like she's coming back. Well, not that she ever like had a main tour career, but yeah, just a random player I sometimes miss. Well, love 30 now, so this is looking like a real chance for Iga to already get this set in the bag, even without having to serve it out. You remember that 3-2 breakpoint? That was that Badosa kind of even had some advantage in the point on. And then Swiatek finds a good cross counter. Yeah, like that really turned the set around. After that, of course, Paula giving the first break to Iga with the double fault, and now also looking in a pretty difficult, looking to be in a pretty difficult situation. Love 30. Trading forehands. This one is going to drop a bit short from Swiatek, which actually makes it a bit difficult for Badosa, but she handled that so well. She wasn't actually like she didn't position herself well, but she was had to like duck for it maybe even in a way. But she actually made that shot incredibly well. Like she found the corner, she found a lot of pace. Then she's also there to swoop in with the inside in. And this is 15-30 now, still 2 points away from losing the set, but a really important rally under her belt anyway. Gets a nice first serve in at the Iga forehand. That's the direction that usually tends to be a bit difficult. Conchita Martinez in the crowd. Gonna be a second serve again at 30 all. Paula has to be really careful here. And Swiatek attacking the return to get the set point. Let's see if she can secure that full turnaround since the breakpoint at 3-2. Badosa trying to go for that ace down the tee. She's gonna miss it. She gave the last breakaway on the double fault. Will she avoid it here? Yeah, the serve is in, but let's see if she can get the point. No, as another heavy backhand return from Swiatek will force the error, basically. Anyway, 6-3 for Swiatek. Not an easy set. I think the scoreline is a little misleading. That breakpoint at 3-2 that Badosa had. Let's imagine she takes that, she's 4-2 up, and then suddenly it's a very different scenario. but she gets the first set done anyway. So of course, for now, Swiatek just on the board and kind of progressing as she would hope for. 6-4 Zverev, I see in the breaker. So let's very quickly switch to that and let's see if he can take that set. Alcaraz won the point. So now Zverev about to have that set point on his serve. Misha looking a bit, well, let's say anxious in the crowd. 6-5. So Zverev already missed 2 set points on the Alcaraz serve. No, because he had one. That was also on the Alcaraz serve, but it was before the tiebreak. So anyway, first one on his serve. Goes at the body. It's not going to be super easy. Alcaraz finds a great pass, but Zverev with the half volley. And he's going to get the point. Carlos sprinted up towards it, but wasn't able to catch it clean enough to make the shot. Marcelo Melo in the Zverev box as well. Of course, one of his best friends. They even often go on holiday together. They often play doubles together. 7-6, 7-5 to Alexander Zverev in the opening set. And of course, this is a huge development for the group already, as that will kind of leave Carlos in a rough spot anyway, right? I mean, right now, nothing is in his... am I right to think that even if he wins in 3, right, he will not be like fully certain that that he can qualify? Well, obviously, even winning in 2 here doesn't give him the full certainty. But what I mean by that is that, like, even if he wins in 3 now, he will still have to like categorically dodge a Ruud win in 2 over Rublev. So like nothing will be under his control anyway. What is also kind of poor for Carlos in terms of the qualification scenarios is that if he loses against Zverev in 2, and let's say eventually even Rublev wins over Ruud in 2, and we have that scenario where we have 3 players with 1-2, and all of them have the same set record, the main thing would be that Carlos's game record is actually pretty poor because he lost that 1 set against Ruud 1-6. And this is something that on the touring courts doesn't really happen. Like the opponents don't have that sort of balance. So I think Casper would be still pretty likely, even with a 2-set loss to Rublev. If Carlos loses in 2 today, Casper would still be pretty likely to qualify. So yeah, it's tough for Carlos, that's for sure. Losing this set is already a big hit, and if he can't turn the match around, there's nothing he can do except just watch. Anyway, looks like no usual toilet break, so we're gonna be back right away. By the way, interesting match on the Challenger Tour as well. Fonseca playing Emery in the Lyon semi-finals. So far on serve, 5-4 in the opener. I think after yesterday, many people are just expecting Joao to get the title, which, he's the main favorite, I think. Who else is there? Cognon Barrère. Yeah, so he's the main favorite. But I think that obviously with his kind of still inexperience and just being pretty young, it's never that easy, right? 40 love for Swiatek already on her serve in the first game of the second set, as she looks to be in a pretty dominant position at the moment. She's won the last 4, almost 5 games in a row now. Is it going to be 5 right away on this point? Trading some backhands cross. Badosa getting to the inside in first, and she gets the reward as well. But still 15-40 down. I'll have to turn on the lights soon, because otherwise you're once again gonna laugh at me and say that basically I'm sitting in deepest, darkest Poland. But when I started the stream, it was still sunny. Right now, it's definitely slowly going towards the other part of the day, let's say. 40-30 for Swiatek here. Can she just find a good serve and close out this game before it gets dangerous? I think that's a let, so she's gonna get a chance to go again. Was trying to find the body of Badosa with this first serve. This time we'll probably switch it up to some other idea. She's gone for that slider tee a few times on the outside. I don't think she's like made it most of the time yet, but it's a good serve. Kind of the JJ Wolf rotation. And she went for it again. I think this one wasn't as close to the line, but that's what she was going for. 40-30, second serve. So suddenly from 40 love up, this game isn't as easy as you might have thought. Very aggressive second serve, lots of pace on it. And Paula could have done more with the first ball. So anyway, it's a game for Swiatek eventually. But the return was quality, and then she just wasn't able to put away the next shot, even though there was potential for it. So one game on the board for Swiatek in the second set. As I mentioned, 5 in a row now. It will be really important for Badosa to stop the streak, to stop the bleeding after they return to the court. Of course, this isn't going to be a long changeover, just switching ends. Some last-minute instructions from Anabel Medina Garrigues. Of course, Zelt had something to say as well. And Badosa about to serve to try to stop the streak of 5 games lost in a row, including, of course, 2 breaks. Really, really important for her to do that. Otherwise, this will be looking more and more like a routine win for Swiatek, even though the first 6 games definitely weren't like that. Gonna try to find a very sharp forehand line here, Swiatek. I think it's just wide. Very tough technical shot here, played almost strictly on the half volley, but it is wide. Good return. She basically neutralizes, despite Badosa finding the down the T angle. And she's gonna get the point for it. Badosa trying to like slam her forehand mostly on the move, but is unable to find the court with it. Here we see the whole Spanish team now at the match. Of course, Soribes Tormo, Buzas Maneiro, Basors Ribera, and Parisas Diaz. Medina Garrigues would probably love to have like a full-on doubles specialist on the team, like she was at some point, like I don't know, Martinez Sanchez or someone like that, right? But I guess Soribes Tormo is very good in doubles. Of course, if Badosa loses this match, then the doubles will not even be a part of this conversation. Well, double faults, 15-30 down. Both players had 2 double faults each, but yeah, I mean, Badosa kind of made them in more unfortunate moments, especially the first one. Now let's see if this is also going to lead to more issues. As I mentioned earlier, she just needs to stop Swiatek from winning even more in a row. And Iga with that heavy forehand right in the corner of the court here. This is a good example of that, just ability to add so much spin to the ball that even if you go very powerful at it, it's probably going to roll in. And it does here. So 40-15, 2 break points. As this match is really getting away from Badosa very quickly in the last 20 minutes or so. And that's game. Pretty deep return from Swiatek. I would struggle to know if I would classify this Badosa error as forced or unforced. Probably still unforced. I don't think the return was quite good enough from Swiatek, but anyway, the result is the same. 6-3 to love. And she's gonna serve for a 3-love lead. She's won the last 6 games in a row. As some of the tension from this match has definitely escaped recently. It went poof and disappeared. Swiatek is known for her bakery products. Let's see if she can produce something like that here. Obviously, it's still quite far from that. She might just get broken here and not consolidate, but 6 games in a row, so a virtual bagel already. Yeah, this should be an easy put away as well. Average topspin speeds, Swiatek 4 kilometers more on the forehand, 5 more on the backhand than Badosa. Both pretty close between their forehands and backhands, actually. Great return from Paula, but she has to win this point now. And she does. Nicely done. Awesome return, and then the inside-out forehand as well was deadly. 143 an hour. I think that Swiatek had that 137 winner earlier in the match. Now Paula going even faster. And flattening it out much better. I mean, I don't know if you remember this, but it was like the second or third game of the match where she had this mid-court forehand and just went for a lot of spin on it for absolutely no reason. But of course, now she shows that she does have that ability. Ace, 30-15. Lots of Polish flags at the venue. Of course, this is the match against the hosts, but if Poland eliminates the hosts, then over the next few days, they might get even more support because of that. Swiatek going to the net, but it's not going to be needed. I mean, the volley is not going to be needed. The approach shot is already a winner. 4 points in this game, and I mean, the Iga service working pretty great. There was that one return where Badosa was like really fast with her reaction, but otherwise, the rhythm is there for sure. Once more, the first serve is in. She's on top of the point again, but Badosa causing a little bit of issues here. Swiatek with the crouch shot, getting it in, and beautiful angle on the forehand inside in eventually. So 6-3 love, 7 games in a row. I mean, she's flying right now. Badosa is struggling to claim a game. When we return after the change of ends, we might actually learn whether this match has any future or not, because one more game for Swiatek and it would be extremely tough for Paula to get back to this. Hi, Miles. Yeah, Badosa and Iga met at the Tokyo Olympics, and that's the famous match where Iga was crying after it, right? When she was just like broke down in tears and was sitting on the bench. Pretty famous pictures. Then, of course, this year was also another one, right? When she lost to Kinven and she had that interview where she pretty much stopped midway and went to like, I don't know, stand against the wall and also cry. Of course, the Olympics clearly an event that matters to her like the most out of anything, really. Then after that, they also played at the WTA finals. But to be honest with you, I don't remember that much too well. I think Iga lost her first 2 matches in that group stage, right? And the Badosa one was just like a dead rubber. I don't think it mattered a great deal at 2021 WTA finals. I might be wrong on that. I'll actually check that, but I think that was maybe the case. That Iga was already eliminated, and then she just kind of won that one to end on a high note. The 2021 WTA finals definitely weren't her best effort at that event. But of course, it was still before the huge 2022 breakthrough that she had. So at the time, I don't think it was necessarily that rough for her. Yeah, I mean, Iga beat Badosa, but Badosa still went through. So I think I'm right about this being the case. So definitely the Olympics match was the one that kind of felt more important between them, clearly to Iga, but also to Paula. I'm not actually sure how Paula did then at the Olympics, right? Because the final was Bencic Vondroushova, if memory serves right. But did Badosa get into the medal zone? I don't remember. Let me check that as well. She lost in the quarters via retirement to Vondroushova. Okay, so she beat Swiatek, then beat Podoroska, and then lost to Vondroushova. Yeah, I didn't remember her being in the top 4, so I wasn't sure when she lost. Is this Iga's first time playing BJK Cup finals? Yes. In 2022 and 2023, she didn't. Some critique about this in Poland for sure. I mean, I know other players tried, but still, it was that Fort Worth Spain discussion, then Cancun Spain discussion, right? Whether this is actually manageable. And we could see even when Pegula or Goff tried that, like, yeah, they arrived. They probably aren't going to play the first match. The connections I know were horrible from both places. So it was understandable, but given that this time it was Riyadh, Malaga, and she also hadn't played in such a long while, right? I think this year she really had to show up. Otherwise, the fans would really not be very disappointed this time. And of course, she's here, and she instantly kind of makes Poland one of the main favorites for the title. Team USA, of course, getting eliminated yesterday, that kind of also adds to it. That Poland and Czechia, which are due to meet in the quarterfinals, if Iga is going to take this match against Badosa, that's kind of the main two favorites now. So Ferdiol, great point, ended with a smash. Can Badosa stop this run of 7 games in a row? I mean, this is getting quite desperate for her, of course. Just needs that one game to potentially still hold on. And at least give Iga a battle here. Good forehand +1 winner. I think she was again a little out of position for it, but she manages to make it work. She's like very good lunging forward, if you may. That's already like the second or third shot in this match where I think her feet are a little bit lagging behind, but she's okay just like lunging into it and basically making up for that with her frontal body, upper body movement or whatever. So that's fine. I mean, as long as it works, right? I'm not gonna sit here and criticize the shot that went in. Although I kinda did. but yeah. Anyway, she get the game finally? Yes. Iga trying to play that forehand from a really low contact point. Tough to add the amount of spin that she was trying to find. And she is finally on the board again, Badosa. She had that break point at 3-2, which could have taken the first set in a completely different direction. But now she lost 7 games in a row. However, she's back. And of course, she's still in a pretty rough spot here. But she will have to break Swiatek for the first time if she's going to have a chance at winning this match. 3-1 Swiatek, anyway. We saw that in the last game on Iga's delivery, like her serving rhythm was really good. It basically took that one amazing return from Badosa to win a point. So let's see if this will continue. At least in terms of fighting the first serve, not really, since we are starting on the second one. The kicker not doing too much damage, and Badosa is instantly taking advantage of that. You could see that the jump on the ball wasn't actually all that high. Body language wise, Paula is in a bit of a weird spot the past few games. Like, she was on the verge of crying and she's smiling as well. It's I wonder what's going on in her head right now. But I mean, she's not really letting it show in the points. I think even if she was at least on close to, like, giving up on the match or whatever, I don't think she's showing it in the points at all. She's still trying to find these aggressive returns and, I don't know, just earn her chances. This, for example, like, it's a perfectly fine play. I mean, she went for exactly the shot that she needed to, just barely misses it. Sometimes we've been getting the close call animations. I kind of wonder how close this return was, but I don't think we're going to be getting it this time. Doesn't seem like it, at least. Of course, the BJK Cup is one of the events where we don't have line umpires. Swiatek going T here, but it's going to be long. So I guess the serving rhythm from the previous game hasn't really remained with her. Let's see if she once again gives Badosa that kick to the backhand, which last time basically cost her the point. As you can see on the screen, Bencic already pulled through against Radivojevic. And these second serve points are getting pretty tough for Iga. Now 15-30 down, so this is that maybe that last call moment for Badosa. Once again, the first serve isn't in, so the accuracy has dropped this game considerably. Badosa already like on the baseline, probably gonna move even 1-2 steps forward. 1-2 steps forward. Yes, indeed, for the return. She's aggressive with it. Iga in a bit of trouble, but she recovers. Tries to go line. I think she mishit that. She was expecting it to go out, but the point is still going. Badosa a little on the ups. Yeah, but now Swiatek countering it. Still won't be able to convert this into a point winning advantage. And yeah, she pays for that. She had that one short ball, was able to maybe like whip it a little bit cross court, but Badosa was there. She anticipated very well and gets the points. So 2 breakpoints for Paula. She had that one breakpoint at 3-2 in the opening set. I don't think she's had any since. And this was a very nice rally from her overall. I think both players had short balls, which they didn't really convert. If Badosa went line on one of them, Swiatek, maybe she went a bit too much for the whip, but then again, the pace was on, so I think it was more about Paula anticipating well. She then clips the baseline like 2 times, I think, Badosa in this rally, so eventually gets the point. And of course, Swiatek isn't really finding her first serves in this game. This time she does get it, but the point is on, and Iga misses the backhand +1. So 3-2, Badosa is back in it after losing 7 games in a row. She now picks up 2. Which might not sound like much, but that means we are still on serve, right? Fonseca Emery, by the way, the first set tiebreak goes to Calvin. That's kind of what I was mentioning earlier. Well, I mean, you just get a very good server against a young, inexperienced player. And it might not be as easy as everybody seems to think, that like after beating Landaluce yesterday, Fonseca is just gonna destroy everybody and win the title, even though he is the main favorite. But actually, I see that Calvin won the last 5 points in that opening set tiebreak, so that must have been pretty entertaining as well. And Zverev up a set and a break on Carlos, so that might be putting Alcaraz in an extremely difficult position going into the last match, as if he loses in 2 here, he can only qualify, I think. Yeah, he can only qualify if Rublev wins in 2, and then it would be down to the percentage of games won, right? But the problem is for him that he lost that 1-6 set against Casper. So I'm actually unsure. Like, I would have to make some quick calculations, which I'm not sure I will have time to on the stream. But I'm not positive. But I think it might be a case that Alcaraz will be eliminated already if he loses in 2 here. Because then if like Rublev wins easily enough against Ruud, then he qualifies on game percentage. And if Ruud just loses, but you know, it's very close, then Ruud would qualify in game percentage. I'm not actually sure. Carlos is 25-29 before this. Is this? No, this is already with the Zverev match, right? Yeah, Carlos is 25-29 in games won after the opening set. But Ruud is 22-19. However, Andre is 17-25. So if Carlos can keep this one close, I think maybe he will have like a theoretical chance. Yeah, if Rublev wins maybe 7-5, 7-5 or something like that, would that be enough? I don't know. I'd have to make the calculations. But yeah, with a 2-set loss, Alcaraz's chances are like so rough. Hello, Jacek. Cześć. Lots of love for Iga in his comment, that's for sure. Well, she just lost these 2 games, but let's see if she can hunt for another break on the Badosa serve. 2-3, love 15. So many games this match starting from love 15 on the Badosa serve. At first she was getting out of them, but now she's not really doing that. Iga trying to go for that forehand winner line here, but she's gonna just miss it. Explaining something to Zelt about it. But, well, maybe she can kind of like make up for it on the next shot and adjust. This was definitely not hit to clean, but the timing was gonna have to be precise with the sort of position that she was in and the depth of the shot from Badosa and how early she was trying to take it. 15-0. In a cross-court forehand rally now. Swiatek switching line. Badosa on the move, but defending pretty well. Very well, in fact. The depth on that last backhand, like open stance, was very nice. 30-15 for Paula. She is properly fighting back, which I'm glad to see because like the first set, 3-6, it didn't feel like a 3-6 set, you know? The first set was really, really tight. Then, of course, 7 games in a row for Swiatek, so she virtually bageled, or like moral bageled. I think both are often used. But now Badosa is back in it. She's showing that this is not just a pushover type of match, and that Swiatek is not guaranteed to give Poland that 2-love lead. Of course, earlier Magdalinette earning an incredible win over Sara Sorribes-Tormo, 3 hours and 51 minutes. Badosa going back in line. I don't think she's gonna be able to keep up this in like this advantage in the point. Not really. Swiatek now on the attack, and this time she finds that inside out beautifully. Maybe this is the adjustment that she was talking about to Zelt, you know, the 2 points earlier. Because this time she like moves back a little. She's not taking it as early. The timing doesn't have to be that precise. She has more time to just like unload and get all that spin in that we know she can get. Also a much more comfortable ball for her because it's just higher. It's sitting up more or less like, I can't even say waist height. It's more like rib high or whatever. Stomach height ball. You heard it here first. Ooh, ace down the tee from Badosa, and what a roar. She lets out. So even if a couple of games ago, when she was losing all these ones in a row, she was in a bit of a weird mental state. At least that's what it seems from her body language. Now she's back in the, you know, the lion mode. 40-30. As she's hoping to post her 3rd consecutive game, which would be quite the turnaround for this match. Hi, en serio. Hi, Joao. Watching Sorribes was painful, says Joao. I mean, she's incredible in her own way, right? Just always gonna play these 4-hour clashes, relentless, making it so tough for Magda to close out points, and yeah, just so frustrating to play against. So far, your Jazda team Poland, of course, looking pretty good. I see that it's already getting pretty dark here, so maybe I'll turn on the light as Iga wins the point at the net. 2nd time in this match, I think she goes there. And again, the forehand volley was pretty good. This one actually much tougher even than the first instance. I am back with some new light. I will shed some light on on this match now. Horrible. But you know, my jokes are always like this. Anyway, once again, we're getting into the rally. Iga going forehand line. At this point, she should be getting done with the drive volley. Yes, indeed. The switch up here, very predictable, I would say. Honestly, like Badosa just didn't get enough on that forehand cross, but it's deadly here. And it's going to be a break point for Swiatek. I can't say that she's trying to stop the run of Badosa, who won 2 games in a row. I don't think 2 games in a row is like a streak yet, but most certainly getting back to that break advantage, that would be something that Iga would be delighted to have here. She would be eager to have it, one could say. And she will eventually, as the net court certainly does not help Badosa here and just allows Swiatek to get that easy put away backhand. Still, I mean, Swiatek was probably a little ahead in the point by then. Anyway, 6-3, 4-2. The Polish contingent in the crowd just going wild. I think the Polish crowd the Polish part of the crowd is like 45 plus. It's the Muratoglu discussion, right? When he says that the average age of a tennis fan is 65 or something like that. That's kind of how it looks here, at least on that shot we had, which makes it a bit funny. Like they were going wild their own way, if you may, but that's fine. Anyway, 6-3, 4-2. Iga serving to try to get just one game away from closing out this match and this tie as well. Once again in the forehand cross trade, but this time Badosa is getting a lot more pace and depth on it, and she forces the error. Now it's a backhand cross-court exchange. This is gonna sit up for Badosa, yeah. And she's very quick there. She takes it. She's love 30 up now. That one backhand that Swiatek doesn't quite connect with, just instantly killed. 137 kilometers an hour from Badosa here. She had a 143 forehand winner earlier. I think 137 is the same number that Iga had in the opening set on one of the +1 forehands. Speaking of +1 forehands, this one gets her in a pretty good position, but she lost her placement a little bit here, and it's going to be 3 breakpoints for Paula. There was this one, right after the +1 forehand, the next shot, Iga, clearly she wanted to go cross, but again, she's trying to take it earlier. Of course, this is an indoor court, and you have to adapt a bit, but she wasn't quite comfortable with it, and instead, it just kind of ends up being a pretty safe ball towards the middle, which Badosa once again capitalizes on very swiftly. She deserves a lot of credit for how in this game she's taking advantage of the opportunities that she basically is also getting herself. But anyway, 3 breakpoints now, so maybe that, again, the break advantage from Swiatek will not be long-lasting. Second serve, we know that Badosa will be right on it, or like at least trying to get right on top of it. Backhand cross, Iga on the defense, and she should miss this shot. Yeah, great game from Badosa. It breaks to love, and it's 4-3. This second set is kind of like, we want to give this match to Iga already. Like she puts herself in a comfortable position, seemingly, but then Badosa is right back at it, and she's not allowing her to just close it out that easily. I think the surface should be the same for Davis Cup. Given it's the same venue, right? Like, should be. I would be surprised if it's not the same, but of course I have no actual idea. It's just a guess, right? And they even brought the Polish drums and tambourines. Back in the day, there used to be this Polish fan who would go to challengers mostly for like the finals or something, and he would bring this huge drum. The guy was like, I don't know, I don't remember much about him. He definitely wore a cap, and he was pretty, big, but he also had this huge drum with him, and I don't know, it was just a big part of the experience. The final that in Gdynia in 2018 that Kowalczyk and Walków had, for example, I know he definitely was on that. in 2019 in Sopot when Drzewiecki and Kowalczyk were in the final as well. I definitely remember the guy. I don't know if he maybe stopped going to tennis matches or something, but it was really part of the fun. I think he only came for the big matches though, like when someone had a final or something like that. Maybe he was just from this area because we haven't had challengers in. I live in Gdynia right now, so in that Tri-City area, Gdańsk, Sopot, Gdynia, we haven't had challengers here since 2019. So maybe he was just from around here, and these were the only events that he was attending. But I definitely did enjoy it, even though it was loud as hell. Anyway, Badosa serving at 3-4 down. Oh, Portugal, Poland. Yeah, I remember. I was thinking about. In 2022. In the end, I guess I don't really regret it. It was a pretty short one. Of course, Hurkacz wasn't around. We had. Nuno was still the number 2, I think, for Portugal, right? At the time, wasn't he? But the thing is, like, everyone already knew that he was probably the number 1 quality-wise. And of course, he got a win. The doubles, I think we also lost that, right? So I think it was a 3-0, and then Zieliński played like this dead rubber against Elias. But I remember thinking about going to Maya for that one, but didn't in the end. Is tennis the second biggest sport in Poland? And Serio Bacaniu is asking. Not really. I would say maybe. Well, actually, right now, maybe. I think Speedway might be the second biggest sport in Poland, but it's definitely like it's not like football where everybody knows something about football. And actually, we're getting to a point where everybody knows something about tennis. Like you're gonna find random people on the street, and they're gonna tell you just I don't know that they're gonna have an opinion on Świątek or Hurkacz. I think I was already telling that on one of the other streams, but like just recently, I was talking to my grandma's caretaker, and she suddenly goes on this like huge speech about like how Świątek, changed her coach because of this, that, and also about her relationship with Daria Abramovich. And I'm like, what? So I think maybe yes, because it's gonna be the sport that everybody knows just the basics of right now. Whereas Speedway, I think you're gonna have a huge group of fans that are like so into it, or like the same with athletics, or I don't know, volleyball. Volleyball is huge here as well, but you're gonna have a huge group of people who just like are very into it. But at the same time, volleyball, most people are only gonna watch the national team, right? Speedway, most people are not gonna like be into it at all, even though the group of people that actually follow it are gonna be so motivated and so like driven. So I think tennis might be the second now. Yeah, it's surprising how just random people on the street know everything about Iga Świątek right now. But I guess that's just the way media works. Personally, I don't really like consume any other media than tennis right now, so it's tough for me to say like how much of it is in just regular every single day news, but clearly there's a lot. Speedway, it's like this motorcycle-ish thing. It's basically very popular in only a few countries. Australia, Great Britain, Denmark, US, Poland. Well, US maybe not as much, but there are some really good ones. I don't know how to call them, even like riders or something like that. Anyway, if you Google it, you should be able to find it. It's like they just go like maybe 3 or 4 laps or something like that. They have these unique motorcycles, which basically you can't really slow down on them. And it's 4 players per race. It's big here, but again, it's not like everyone follows it. I personally don't really know anything about Speedway. I've been to a match once, but that was more like, yeah, just let's check it out. But especially in the cities that have big Speedway teams, it tends to be huge. But yeah, it's just like a small countries, just only a select few countries do it. Also, ski jumping, right? I forgot about ski jumping. And that used to be the second biggest sport in Poland for sure in the era of Adam Małysz or Kamil Stoch later. But right now, we don't really have the results that we used to have in ski jumping. So I think it went down a lot in the ranking. So it should be tennis right now, yes. Sorta, I guess, if you want to call it like this, yeah. It's it's just only big in a few countries. Poland has always been one of the main stars, if you may. Like we are always good in the team championship and everything. And yes, I remember that. Yeah, Joao on Pune, I guess, just like a few weeks earlier, right? But Nuno, I remember just already saying that he's basically the number one for Portugal, which was kind of helpful in just getting you guys to secure this 3-0, since he played the number 2 of Poland right away instead of the number 1. Well, the number 1 of Poland, I mean, instead of the number 2 as it would usually be. Anyway, 15:30 now on the Świątek serve, and this is a proper turnaround. Badosa returning very aggressively again, going line with the backhand. 2 breakpoints for her, so yeah, 7 games in a row at some point Świątek won, right? And yet you look at this scoreboard, and if you haven't watched the match, like, you're just gonna be thinking, when did that happen? 7 games in a row. It doesn't look like a scoreboard where you have 7 games in a row. Not at all. So 2 breakpoints now for Badosa to potentially serve for the set. What a turnaround from her. It's a great serve from Świątek, though. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, okay. Never mind. But this was a little uncomfortable for her, that's for sure. But she does make it seem very easy on the volley. Like, she made it look easy, so that's good. Badosa once again anticipating the put away from Świątek very well and just making her play that one more shot. But to Iga's credit, the reaction on the forehand volley was really nice. So 1 more breakpoint, but will she get a serve like this again? Because this was a point pretty much set up by the serve, 99%. Goes down the middle, and she gets the error from Badosa with the backhand line. Paula definitely could have extended the point a bit more here. She just doesn't land it clean at all. She's mimicking the motion now, like shadowing it, and definitely will feel like she could have done a bit more in this point. Lynette looks very anxious too. I mean, she played for 4 hours almost. She's probably hoping not to see another 4-hour match here. I don't think even if this goes free, of course, we would get a 4-hour match. Not really, but advantage Świątek now after another great serve tee. So will she get out of this? And force Badosa to serve to stay in it, which, as far as we know, it's just such a tough spot sometimes for players to handle. Now she's got Badosa moving in on the defense again, but Paula holding up okay. Iga trying to go backhand line. I think it might be slightly long, yes. So still in this, still deuce. Track and field, yeah. I mean, we have a long athletics tradition, that's for sure. But for 4x100 meters, we don't actually, like, we haven't been that strong in it. But 4 times 400, yes, we have lots of tradition in this. Obviously, even recently, we've had results. Sprinters, we're not really a country of sprinters, but 400 meters, yes, absolutely. Athletics is big too, but it's just like, a few times a year, right? World Championships, Olympic Games. So I don't think it's quite like tennis where you have action every week in that sense. Jacek pretty confident that Iga will get to number 1 again, which she might after the Australian Open, to be honest. Joao, though, less optimistic with some flashes from some of the other losses. Well, I mean, right now she gets the hold, but if she got broken here, definitely would second that. And let's see, Badosa will serve to stay in the match. I mean, this is far from a routine victory if Iga takes it 6-3, 6-4. Let's see if she's able to do that. And by the way, speaking of routine or not routine victories, we've got Alexander Zverev 7-6, 5-4, serving for the match in Turin to win the group without dropping a set, to win the group without dropping serve, right? And yeah, basically just dominate the same way that Yannick did. Yeah, Zverev saved 2 breakpoints in this match. 84% first serves in. Jesus Christ, he's insane with that. And when did this? Okay, so Carlos had 2 breakpoints back at 2-3. Yeah, at 2-3 he had 2 breakpoints in the second set, so he had the chance to come back. But now it looks like Zverev will just serve for the match, and I mean, with how well he's been playing so far, he might as well just clean it up, right? Why no? Why not? Anyway, of course, we'll be focusing on Badosa. Does this mean that Carlos is out? I haven't made the calculations because the only way that Carlos can qualify if he loses in 2 is due to game percentage. Yeah, I understand. I understand that you mean in straights. So the only way he can qualify if he loses in straights is when Rublev beats Ruud in 2, and it's down to game percentage between Alcaraz, Ruud, and Rublev. But the thing is that Carlos has that 1-6 set lost against Kasper. So I don't know if he can still qualify based on game percentage. I would have to do the maths, and right now, of course, I can't really do that during the stream. But I will try to. Probably someone else will be just faster than me anyway, and just calculate, how many games how many games Kasper has to win in order to qualify, or Andre by how much he has to beat Rublev in order to qualify. But I wonder if Carlos is still in. Yeah, I'm not positive he is, because he can only qualify based on that game's percentage if he loses in straights, and of course that's only the case if Rublev wins in 2. So a set for Kasper and we're done, right? But I mean, he put himself in this position, right, by losing to Ruud. That was the moment when it went wrong, not today, because today he ran into the machine that Zverev has been in the group stage. Of course, it's also not entirely his fault. He had the cold and everything, so of course it was at its worst for sure in the opening match. So, well, it's fine, I guess, but it's not the campaign that he was hoping for. Badosa, however, gets the game that he was hoping for, that she was hoping for. And yes, Joao, as you say here, I mean, Carlos lost that 6-1 set, and I think that might be the deal breaker, because I'm not sure how he would have the better game percentage after that. Not on this court, right? Because 6-1 sets just don't happen here. But we'll see anyway. Of course, Zverev first needs to serve out. But also just gets a rapid game, 5 games all. Very clean, absolutely no harm. Of course, there's no guarantee that it would be like this if she won the previous game, if she had that chance to serve out the set. But it does make you think, right? These 2 breakpoints that Iga saved at 5-4. Well, if Badosa takes the set, we will not remember about them in like 10 minutes. But if she does lose it, then of course we'll be looking at it as that one moment when Paula had a big chance. Anyway, 5-all. Let's see if Iga can keep going. Really good point from Badosa again. She's firing. She's like spreading the court very well. She's got Iga on the move now. She tries to get to the backhand open stance. She misses it. Yeah, she's really applying the pressure now with every single shot, with every single motion, I would even say. She is applying the pressure. Zverev 15-30. So that match is not over yet. Let's see this 1 point, and maybe I will quickly switch for 2 or 3 points to Alcaraz Zverev as well. Iga goes T here. Deep forehand. Goes for the drop shot. Should win the point, yeah. Badosa catches it, but there's nothing that she can do on the next shot. But yeah, Iga wins the point on a drop shot. Breaking news, right? Very similar to the dropper that Badosa played in the first set as well. In which case, Badosa also won the point. And pretty much similar, like, just shot into the open court because there was no other way to play it for the player who was tracking it down. So we have a drop shot from Iga Swiatek on an indoor hardcourt. I wonder when that last happened. Of course, she's not playing indoor hardcourts that often, so that's fine, I guess. Oh, wow. I'm watching that Zverev Alcaraz game as well now, and Zverev basically had the point won, but a net court on the passing shot from Alcaraz allowed him to stay in, and Carlos just barely missed his backhand inside out. Yeah, gonna be a close call, but it's not in, so it's just 2 points away now for Zverev. 30-all as well in the Swiatek-Badosa 5-0 game. That's coming after a pretty accidental return from Badosa, but it's still a winner. She'll take it. 30-all. Yeah, Iga not doing too much on the +1 forehand here, but the next one is amazing. The 5th shot in the rally is, once again, just that switch up to line is just killing Badosa. We've seen many rallies like this so far in this match where they're trying to trade forehands cross-court, but if Badosa doesn't get enough depth on it, it's a kill shot for Iga. 143 kilometers an hour. 40-30, she's trying to lock up this game. She's trying to just get to 6-5 and once again force Paula to serve to stay in the match. Can she do it? The answer is, well, I don't have the answer yet. The point keep goes on. This time the switch up down the line isn't quite as powerful from Swiatek. She had to raise the ball a bit, and she's still in this game, Badosa. Surviving the first kind of like initial onslaught, let's say, and then getting enough depth to make Iga miss. Zverev with a match point in Turin. Hopefully soon we'll be able to know, someone will calculate for us whether, Zverev has just beaten Alcaraz 7-6, 6-4. So hopefully we will be able to. Sluggish Alcaraz movement this entire event. I mean, he has a cold, right? Jacek is definitely very vocal with his support. Badosa is okay, but Iga is the best. Well, she has to prove it here. It's a great rally from both of them here. But Badosa, it's that common thing, right? You save yourself with like 3 very tough shots, and then eventually you get that one ball where you can potentially, just play a decent-ish defensive shot, maybe eventually get back to neutral. The easiest ball of the rally, and that's the one you miss. Anyway, one more game point for Swiatek then. I leave the stream for a little while, says Miles, and Badosa has leveled the second and 5-all. Yeah. If you left it like 3-0 for Swiatek, that's definitely an unexpected turnaround. Or 4-2 Swiatek even, right? But Badosa has been putting on the pressure, has been really firing. She had 2 breakpoints at 4 games all. She cleaned up the first, the 4-5 game. She wanted to love, so she had no issues despite the pressure of having to serve to stay in it. And now she's also in this Swiatek game and making it very uncomfortable for Iga. Let's see if this is still going to last. Yes, indeed. Once again, good depth, and Swiatek is netting the backhand. Let's maybe check Twitter and see if someone has already made that count about Alcaraz potentially qualifying with the game record, because I don't think that's possible, or at least it's going to be a very specific scenario in that Ruud-Rublev match that could get him in. No, Alcaraz is already out. Yeah. As I thought, yeah. Well, at least that's one tweet that I found. So maybe that's, once again, the switch up down the line from Iga. The forehand line today has been fabulous. That's actually just one tweet that I found so far. But I do think that Alcaraz might be out based on game percentage, to be honest. But I'm not sure. Yeah, he is eliminated. Yes, yeah, that's the 1-6 set against Casper, right? That's the one where I think he faltered. Obviously, I don't think losing to Zverev is anything but at all, given how well the German is playing this event as well. I think Alcaraz and Zverev are now 2-2 this year, right? In the head-to-head. Indoor hard, I mean, still Sasha is going to be the favorite most of the time. He won last year at the ATP finals. He won in Vienna 2021, but that much I probably wouldn't count really, given it was so long ago. Anyway, Badosa with a chance here at deuce, but she misses the backhand, which was going to be not a point-winning shot yet, but something that would put her in a good position for nonetheless. Well, Swiatek this time on top of the net, and I think might be the first point of the match where she doesn't claim the point when she's in the forecourt. Yeah, I think that might be. Badosa gets her to stretch for the forehand volley, and Iga is there, but not enough. Like, yeah, just doesn't have enough impact, not enough momentum in order to get the ball over the net. So still deuce. This is such a long game, and it might be incredibly crucial in regards to the rest of the match as well. And Iga eventually gets the game 6-5. This is a tough hold. I mean, yeah, this was something that we might be looking at in 5 minutes as a huge moment for this match. We'll see. Anyway, Badosa will try to serve to stay in the match again. Yeah, someone on my Twitter saying as well that if Poland goes on to take Czechia tomorrow, there's no way that Linette will play. And I kind of agree about that. I think tomorrow it would be a good time to try Frank, given the 3 hours and 51 minutes. But of course, now this is what we're gonna have to find out shortly, if it's going to be Poland making it through, or are we gonna get the doubles rubber? Iga still in a good position to win this match, but right now she has secured the tiebreak. The last 30 minutes, Badosa, much better player. Let's see. Badosa serving at 5-6. The 4-5 game, the first time she was serving to stay in it, she was perfect. She wanted to love. She had wasted absolutely no time. Oh, this is also a really nice combination. Deep forehand down the middle, and then she puts away the inside out. Now Badosa at the net, and really good technique on the volley. I appreciate it for sure. I don't think I've I've seen her play many forehand volleys like this. Ferdy Love, is it going to be another easy hold compared to all the tough ones that Iga has had recently? Let's see. Paula going T. She's going to barely miss that serve out wide. Still a lot of tension. And it's actually a double fault. Sorry, Bestormo sitting there and just thinking, Jesus, 3 hours, 51 minutes. I spent 3 hours, 51 minutes on the court and I got nothing. If I won that much. But anyway, a good serve down the tee from Badosa, who is, of course, trying to secure the tiebreak. Okay, that must have been like barely on the line, that backhand cross from Iga, but she seems to like have realized it instantly. Huh? It's funny because the even the Polish fans are looking at the screen and kind of like, she made it, really? But yes, indeed, on the replay you can see she did. And it's 40-30. Let's see if Badosa can take us to the tiebreak already. Yes, she can. Nice +1 forehand inside-out winner. Breaker. It's crunch time, that's for sure. It can be we might be going free, or we might just give this one to Iga and to Poland at the same time. Let's see. Swiatek on the front foot in this first point. Ooh, but she misses the kill. She misses the kill shot. Badosa was forced to lift her backhand a bit higher here. Usually when this happened in this match, Swiatek was just finding the winner down the line, but not this time. And what I said earlier still applies. Like, looking at this scoreline, you'd never guess that Iga won 7 games in a row at some point. Okay, that's a miss-hit return from Swiatek, but it gets her into the point. Badosa, once again, like, putting on the pressure. Swiatek with the open stance backhand defense. And Badosa nets the next forehand, but this is rough. Yeah, I mean, this is now tense. There's really no telling there's no telling what will happen. I think even if Swiatek had that one very dominant patch when she was flying, and now it's Badosa who's really pushing for it. And of course, it's still a matter of just a few points in the tiebreak. The fact that she's been the better player the last 20 minutes doesn't actually have to give her anything, but yeah, this is really far from a routine win for Swiatek even if she gets it in 2. And right now, Badosa is looking like the player who is more likely to take that breaker. Great point from her again. Just enough depth, enough quality on the shot to again make it so hard for Iga to get the usual control she wants on it. Her favorite contact point as well, and she's gonna miss-hit that forehand. The Polish team now looking pretty anxious. That's understandable. They thought the match was done at 6-3 love, and I think all of us did. But Badosa has many times this today said that no, that's not the case. And wow, now that is a tense backhand +1 from Swiatek. You can see how she like completely breaks down here. Very similar to a few errors that she had recently at the WTA finals against Goff. But that's an unreturned serve at the Badosa forehand, so 3-2, but still 1 mini break. Yeah, so Ruud needs 1 set, obviously, or 7 games against Rublev, whereas Rublev needs to win in straights but lose less than 7 games. So Kasper is still in a dominant position to qualify. He just needs 7 games. Well, that's a great point from Iga to find the mini break right back. Just really good spreading the court, lots of heavy spin on the forehand, eventually gets herself a short ball and just punishes Badosa for leaving that for her. And now 3 points all. They're going to switch ends as we still know nothing, literally, about this. So it's going to be Zverev Fritz again. That is seemingly easy for Zverev, right? But Fritz, I mean, he's beaten him last, 3 times now? If we count Laver Cup. So at least from that perspective, it is pretty exciting. And of course, Sinner, we still don't know if he will play Rublev or Ruud. More likely Ruud, but we'll see. Oh, wow. This must be the error that Badosa loses the match because of. Oh, my. This will be tough to recover from mentally and just overall. Yeah, I mean, it's a put away +1. Maybe not the easiest. She does have, like, she kind of has to sprint into it. She carries a lot of momentum. Not as easy to control it as if you were just standing and, trying to hit it. But yeah, that's a brutal way to give away this mini break to Swiatek. And for the first time in this breaker, I think Iga leads, right? Yeah, I think so. Can Badosa find any response again? Because she's been fighting back the entire second set. And yes, she can, because again, she's hitting it so deep. And Swiatek, she's not that comfortable with the timing here. She's trying to take that forehand early. She's trying not to be too far away from the baseline, but she's just gonna net it. And it's 4 points all. I mean, this set definitely keeps on giving in terms of not allowing us to put one player in a winning position and not allowing us to think that the match might be close to being over. But of course, Swiatek needs just 3 points from here. It's a good serve. The return is pretty short. Will Iga be able to convert this? Oh my, this is going to be pretty uncomfortable, but she manages to get it done eventually. Yeah, the return from Badosa, like it barely made it over the net, but that actually made it tricky for Iga. She has to lift the ball a bit. She cannot just hit it straight, flatten it out. Then she plays that drive volley at the middle, and Badosa has a racket on it, but can't really do much with it. Anyway, 5-4. This could have been a disaster for Iga at this point, but you could see also the sigh of relief that she let out when she won it. You could see that this was not comfortable. Anyway, 5-4. Badosa now, of course, needs to once again just keep herself right next to Iga. goes backhand line, and Iga will not be able to catch it, despite basically, just doing some sort of a Djokovic pose there at the end, but she won't be able to take it. It's great stuff from Badosa again, because the return from Swiatek, while okay, she was out of position because of it, still it had a lot of pace on it, and Paula is just so confident taking it down the line. 5 points all. Someone will get a match point or a set point here, and that player getting a set point is going to be Badosa, who lands the serve right on the line. It's a big reaction from her as well, interacting with the crowd a bit, and for the first time in this match, she has a set point. So I mean, she did very well to recover from that miss at 3-all as well, right? That really could have been very tough for her mentally, but she's there, she's fighting. It's a let now. Swiatek definitely quite desperate for a first serve here. She gets the chance to go again. Badosa a bit far behind, so I don't know if that body serve that she's trying to go for a lot is that good an option. It's not, yeah. I mean, I don't know. These body serves are kind of rough, and Badosa has so much time to recover because she's standing far back. And well, she gets another pretty deep return in, and Swiatek is gonna miss her +1 forehand. She was trying to go at the corner. Again, her timing is a little off because the ball is not exactly at her favorite contact point, and yeah, the timing is a little bit out, just imperfect. And it's gonna be the third set now. I heard something in the background.
You did. You did. I don't even have access to this match, so you are my eyes and everything else.
Okay.
I mean, it's okay. I'm just
Hey,
doing.
Dave.
So
Yeah,
we're going
you
into a
asked
third
if Carlos
set.
can qualify, yeah.
So, yeah, is there any way
No, you
Carlos?
asked. Yeah, there's no way Carlos can qualify.
Okay, so he
Because it can
obviously
only come down to percentage of games won
Yeah.
if Rublev wins in 2. But Carlos lost the 1-6 set to Ruud, which means that he cannot.
Got it. Yeah, I thought that may well be the case. If he won a set today, then that would have made a potential big difference. If Rublev then won it, that would put Rublev out, I think, if Carlos has won a set.
What do you mean, Marcus, about I would just throw the game and not risk injury? What do you mean? Like both Ruud and Rublev still have a shot. It's not guaranteed who will get through, because Rublev can qualify if he wins like 6-3, 6-3, for example. So we aren't certain yet who is going to be second in that group. No, I will not watch the World Tennis League in December. No exhibitions. I'm not interested in at all. Rublev needs to win in straights, and Rublev needs to win not giving Kasper like 7 games even. So yeah, for Rublev, it's a very tough scenario.
Suggesting that maybe Neil Skupski's the producer.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, why if On sends me tennis shoes, then I would wear them. Yes.
Oh, I thought you said ons, but you're saying on, right?
Yeah, I was saying On tennis shoes, but On's tennis shoes fine too. Yeah, sure, why not?
So of course, this now is going to a third set, and therefore Magdalene won this epic match with Sara Saliba's Torma earlier, so it's 1-0 right now. And they were pretty close to sealing the tie, of course, especially with Swiatek was up a set and 3-love, right?
Yep.
Quite a few
4-2 later on as well.
Do hit the subscribe button, by the way, for those of you tuning in. As we're going to a third set, we might hit 11.5K during this stream.
That would be good.
12K by the end of the year is a realistic target.
You always go for these high targets, but
No, I think
guess
it's
that's
realistic.
fine.
It's basically 300 a month, something like that, isn't it? Or maybe a bit more, slightly over 300. But
I mean, yes, but in December we're not gonna be having
of course,
as
I'm
much
aware of that.
content, right?
I'm aware of that. But there's always other
Yeah.
stuff like matches of the year and
Yeah, I know. But I'm just assuming that it's less. Well, I mean, there's next gen finals too. We'll see.
you never know. We might get an exclusive with Djokovic announcing his retirement. Exclusive
Exclusive with Djokovic announcing his retirement. Yeah.
Talking tennis. Yeah.
Sure.
Because his mates at the PPTA have said, look, we need to help out the little guys. And we need to get them more promotion. Who is doing stuff? Who's doing challenges? And who's the little media? Let's not go to Sky or Eurosport. He did do an interview recently with, I think, a Spanish speaking broadcaster, an exclusive I saw, but it might even have been Latin America.
Maybe they paid him
Maybe, maybe, but
$1 billion.
You'd have to pay big bucks, and that's the thing. It's just not. Then it's not worth it suddenly, even for whichever media it is. So, in terms of serving, I'm guessing you're asking. By the way, this is Enseria Bacana, but he's also got another name in the live. I think this could be either Thriller from Manila or maybe even Brazy. This Twitter account, I forget which one it is, but anyway,
I think Frila from Manila would make sense, right? Because the name sounds a bit Filipino, but I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. Actually, I was gonna say ad side serving, but but I quite like down the T on the juice. Of course, I'm thinking more the backhand, trying to serve to the backhand. What I will say is, second serve, I don't mind the ad serve. That's probably where, because I could still just about find the backhand or make a slightly awkward run around forehand.
Or maybe he could be asking about the doubles too, because the doubles you play deuce side or outside, but that basically depends on whether your forehand or backhand is better, I guess, especially on
yeah. I mean, I would probably go. I think it's deuce side, where you're going to receive a sort of out wide forehand serve on the first point. So I always think of right and left, to be honest with you. I think I always say but sometimes we say forehand or backhand. But so forehand will be deuce and backhand ad. And then I would go deuce. But sometimes if my opponent is probably if there's a clear difference in terms of them being weaker than me. Sorry, my partner being weaker than me, I might take the ad side, especially as you might get a few more rallies on that side.
Yeah, the last time I played doubles, I think I played with that guy who was playing with his left hand because his right was injured and he was only serving underarm and he couldn't hit his backhand really. So that's why he had to play forehand side. Yeah. But I think generally I would choose deuce as well. I just don't feel comfortable on the backhand return. And serving wise, I definitely like out wide on the outside.
When you get the backhand return good and you get it nice, that's a good feeling. Maybe it doesn't happen that often.
Well, I mean, I have a one-hander, so
that's different.
Makes it even tougher.
Did you see any of Carlos's match today? Because I pretty much, in fact, I watched every single ball of that one, really.
A little. I mean, I was switching to it from time to time on the changeovers and on the most important points.
Zverev better player, and yet still 1 point could well have decided the match, maybe 2. I mean, I can think of more, but the 2 that spring to mind, I would suggest, or certainly, 2 would spring to mind, would be the set point. I don't know what Carlos is thinking on that set point. Why not just approach it? So the ball is coming back, and he's got a fairly comfortable run up. Let it bounce in a normal fashion and hit the backhand instead of, I don't know what he was trying to do in terms of hitting it so early. On the line. He almost overrun. He almost runs too far.
I remember this point, but I thought he was just sprinting towards it, and he just didn't get a
But he
clean
didn't
hit
need
on
to
it.
run
But
that fast.
I didn't think there was that much of a choice there. But I don't know. Maybe I would have to watch it again.
Maybe I would too. I probably haven't even seen the replay. I think I ran off.
But you know what? You might be right because I saw a tweet from I think it was Oleg who was saying like an inexplicable shot from Carlos. On
It
the
was
set point or
weird.
something like that.
It was almost as if he was trying to hit on the volley.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember it differently, but I would just have to rewatch it. So
he should win that 9 times out of 10. That point. Anyway, there's actually more than one. I mean, but there was probably the game when Zverev was serving for it. But you could also look at the 2 break points. By the way, so Zverev had his first faced his first break points of the day, and Carlos had a second serve that he shanked, just completely missed time to return. But even the other serve that was the first serve, he actually sort of more or less neutralized Zverev's.
you know what? I don't know the 1540 breakpoints. Did you see them at 3-2 in the second?
Yep. So that's the 2 I'm just talking about. He shanks.
Sorry.
That's okay. He completely missed times a second serve return when he should be almost up in the rally almost from then. And then, Carlos has always got a great chance. And the other point, he actually did well to neutralize a really decent first serve from Zverev, but I can't remember how he loses that rally in the end, but somehow he does. And again, he's done the hard bit by neutralizing the first serve. And I think it's like a 4 or 5 shot rally that he ends up losing.
Okay.
But even when
that game I missed, I was just like making up on it later. That I mean, I just saw that Zverev had these breakpoints to save, but still unbroken, right? And has Sinner been broken the entire?
Yeah, Demonor broke him.
Right. At the start, he was 2-1 up, and then Sinner breaks back. Yeah, you're right. So Zverev not broken in the group stage. Sinner has. I mean, definitely the best thing for the event would be a final between them. Like
now, yeah. But the
because
best thing for the event is to have 3 of the 4
Zverev, right? 3 times.
Yeah, I mean that's actually listen. A Fritz Zverev and Alcaraz Sinner semi-final would have been about as good as the tournament could have hoped for, probably at the beginning.
Speaking of breaks, we've got an awesome cross-court backhand from Iga to get that one. I mean, of course, still not too relevant given it's only the first game of the first set, but well, the second set lasted 71 minutes. This is nothing for Sara Sorribes-Tormo, but it's still way more than we thought when she was leading 3-0 up. More game points are played on the outside. The better player should usually play the out returns. That's actually pretty good argument. But on the other hand, like if you play 5 points in a game, right? So you have 40-15. Then it's the deuce side which gets to play 3 times. And the outside only gets to play twice.
Yeah, but I was actually sort of touched on that when I was like, if I'm a better player than my partner, then and I'm okay
so that's why you said it. Like you thought that you were gonna just be better, okay, on breakpoints and stuff. Yeah, it's an argument,
and maybe get a few more rally shots. Sometimes when the rally gets going, you sort of cross court exchange.
If I think that the serve would be like weak enough that I can run around consistently, then I would maybe also be fine playing outside.
Yeah, and on clay, I mean, I'm thinking of clay as well.
Yeah, then I'm probably fine playing outside, but I wouldn't want to play on like an indoor hardcourt. I'd definitely like to play deuce side.
And you can, and also not just the serve, but actually in a rally, a cross court rally, doubles. I'm probably hitting, despite it coming towards my supposed backhand, it's fine hitting forehands. You're not leaving a gaping court open because of course, hopefully you've got a partner who's going to help you out in that respect. Yeah. So that's that. And also, I guess that's
Dave is talking about the set point, I guess. The distraction.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's. I mean, I had volume on, but I didn't have a commentary on. Yeah, maybe someone in Zverev's box distracted him.
Yeah, I don't know much about that, so can't say. But
I see Fonseca lost today.
Yeah. To Emery. Calvin lost 7 finals in a row since winning his first challenger title in 2017. So gets another chance to become a double challenger winner. That's of course tomorrow against Barrère or Collignon. I heard that Fonseca also had some like LTO leg pain or whatever. But yeah, that much
Okay.
I just skipped entirely because I
Yeah.
couldn't really juggle more than 2.
Yeah.
I thought that, funnily enough, I thought that Świątek Badosa would probably be over by the time Fonseca Emery is, but yeah,
What are the
no.
odds in their careers that these two play a Grand Slam final? Swiatek and Badosa.
Fonseca and Emery, very very low.
Badosa,
Not to
Swiatek.
say anything about Joao, but I think Calvin's time.
We got some
Yeah,
great
no.
points here, by the way.
Yeah. Świątek Badosa. Badosa was on the verge of retirement this year,
I know.
so that's something. But yeah, I mean, it's possible.
I think it's more than possible. I think it's a 50-50, which is why I think it's a good question.
Ooh.
You don't think it's 50-50?
Would it have to be a hardcourt one, or do you think Badosa can reach it at Roland Garros?
I think could happen on clay if she gets a sort of nice draw. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of always remember
mean-
that 2021 Roland Garros though, when she had a godlike draw and never made anything out of it. But yeah, I think she's better now. I think she's slightly better now.
But I mean, yeah, I just think that the amount of it basically, actually, to be honest with you, oh, hello, what's happening?
Yeah, my stream has went down.
Okay, well, I can tell you what's
Gone
happening in terms of the updated score, but also broken back.
Yeah. Hopefully it will be back in a moment. But yeah, okay, I should be back now. Of course, that's already after the break. Seems like the scoreline is even a bit fast. The scoreboard, I mean, for us is even a bit faster than my stream, but I'm already after the break anyway. So yeah, that first game obviously not too important yet.
Yeah. No, I think it's just how often it could happen. I mean, basically, the main question, sub question to this question, if you like, is Badosa's health. That's the first.
That's what I was going for when I said she was on the verge of retirement. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just don't know how long her career will be from here.
But I
think she has the level.
She's been pretty healthy.
I've been really like hyping her up a lot. These last 2 years, I think
this
when she's
US
healthy,
Open really
top 10-ish.
She probably shouldn't have lost to. Who was it? She lost to.
Well, I don't know if she shouldn't have lost to Navarro, but the thing is, she definitely should have played better. It's that much. Like that was just a performance where the nerves got
the double breakup in the second set, I think.
Yeah, but she was like completely off the entire day, and I don't know if I can say that she shouldn't have lost to Navarro, but definitely it should have been a match, and it was not.
Yeah. So is there another tie to still play after this one on the same court?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday Slovakia US was pretty crazy too, right? They were like wrapping it up after midnight. At least the deciding set is a super tiebreak in doubles.
Okay, yeah.
So that made it a little quicker. But if we're gonna go free here, like if Badosa takes this rubber, then it's gonna be pretty crazy because they also have to let the people out, right? The people who have the tickets from the day session.
Got some great points here for Riga. So
and what's actually the second match today? I'm not sure.
No, I don't know.
So check
Germany maybe against somebody. Germany have yet to play. I know that.
Are they starting from the quarters or are they starting from the playoff round?
Good question.
Yeah, they are going to play Great Britain today.
Oh, Germany, Great Britain.
Yes. Friend of the show, Laura Ziegmund.
Yeah, sort of friend of the show. I think she's on the cusp.
Not friend of the show, Emma Raducanu.
Emma and I have shared an elevator together. I mean, there was a couple other people in there as well.
That is actually a pretty important tidbit.
Yes,
you know,
very
that
important. As I
it
Susan.
wasn't just you and her.
Yeah.
Anyway,
By the way,
more break points coming for Swiatek,
yeah.
and Badosa is gonna miss hit the backhand. So yeah, this match just keeps swinging now. I think
Yeah.
that in the last like 30 minutes of the second set, Badosa was just undoubtedly the better player. She was really pretty dominant, just couldn't take these long games at 5-4 and 6-5 to get it done before the breaker. But now it seems like it's just, a bit of a mess to start the decider. It's a tough one. I mean, let's imagine that Lynette doesn't win that match against Saribe Stormo, right? And we now are in a dangerous spot for Poland. So
Very, yeah. But do you think did you see the Lynette match, by the way? Or you saw 2 sets of it, right?
yeah, I mean, I came back at like what 3-4 all or something like
Oh,
that. You know, it was a Saribe Stormo match. So
yeah. The reason I'm asking is which of the Magdas will be playing in the next match, do you think?
I
If
think
they have
level
a-
wise, there's no reason to change. However, like they are so evenly matched that
Question of-
basically, if we're playing tomorrow against Czechia, first of all, you have the question of whether Lynette will recover physically.
Yeah.
And also, like, they are so evenly matched that you can basically just say, I don't know, have an opponent and you think, okay, yeah, against this opponent, we should play Magda Frank. Against this opponent, we should play Magda Lynette. Like, I think if Lynette doesn't play in the next match, it's not going to be because of something she did or didn't do today. It's just either fatigue or the fact that Frank will be simply, like, I don't know, better in this particular matchup. So, yeah, I mean, that's just my take on it. I think we have pretty much the same level from both. Like, Frank has been in better form, better ranking, everything. Lynette, to me, still is a higher ceiling player. So it's a decision.
Frank higher ceiling or Lynette higher ceiling? Sorry.
Lynette higher ceiling for sure. Frank, better form, better ranking and everything. But this was actually today like a bold choice. Lynette was 0-4 in the head-to-head against Saribe Stormo. So
who's
of course
the Polish captain?
Dawid Celt, the husband of Agnieszka Radwańska.
Okay.
Of course, a former player himself, but I say the husband of Radwańska always because, like, yeah, he doesn't really have that many like achievements to speak of. However, he was also recently the person that Iga was training with before signing up Fisset.
Okay, so in that interim bit, she was training with him, was
Yes.
she? Got it. I'm just the reason I'm asking is just to see whether there is a certain former Polish, a certain Polish coach who is very much available right now, and although could he be the captain of the Pole? I'm thinking of Swiatek's former coach. Could he be the captain and then get reunited with Iga in the next 12 months?
Why not? But Celt has been there for a few years, and I don't think anyone is really complaining about.
I mean, obviously, this tournament may well influence things if they go out to Spain, for example. In particular, that might influence things.
I think no one is like complaining about Celt's work so far. So
not marching on the streets of Warsaw and demanding his head.
Not really, yeah. So I think his job is probably safe.
Japan winning yesterday against Romania after losing the first tie.
Yeah, I think we had that stream for Shibahara Christian, right? That's a slight upset for sure. The former doubles specialist now mixing the two things, Shibahara.
Bit more pressure on serve here again for Iga. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, for some reason in the third set my streaming is doing it has gone down a bit. The first two sets it was perfect, but now it's kind of struggling and loading a lot. But maybe I will just put up something different quickly in order to be able to keep up a bit better. As so far my viewing of the third set unfortunately has been a bit limited. Wiktorowski is why she said no Polish coaches. I think, she just pretty much had the best that Poland had to offer already. So she just kind of wanted to try, a different line of thinking, if you may. I'm not saying every single Polish coach is the same, but you can definitely just kind of think that, the there's not that much competition, right? Sinuvka used to work with a lot of quality players on the WTA tour. Sierz-Putowski, of course, the first coach of Świątek, that was already, the bridges were burned there. Sinuvka, I think right now isn't really that active, at least not at this level. So I think that basically there was not that much more in terms of like the Polish coaches she could try working with. And that's why she went foreign, because Wiktorowski was literally the best you can get. I mean, I don't think, it's important if a coach is foreign or not, if you are on a level of English that's good enough where you can communicate. And of course, that's not a problem here, really. Maybe sometimes there are some cultural differences, or just in general, I don't know, growing up in a different system. Maybe that's something that you might have to adapt to, but in the long run, maybe that's also good. Like, yeah, just getting more new stimuli and everything. Well, Świątek gets this game, getting some good heavy spin onto the Badosa backhand here. So 3-1 up now. Once again, she is in the lead. But this might take a while. We were, like, a few times we were just really looking at that, right? We were looking at that second set and we were thinking, okay, so this is close to finishing now. And yet it never was. So now Badosa might have that. If Badosa will have that fighting spirit and that ability to just pull it pull it from the brink again. Sorry, I got distracted there for a second with a quote tweet from somebody, which I kind of struggled to understand at first. Anyway, that's not important at the moment. Badosa had a chance to win this point, but she just misses the finishing blow. By the way, this is so funny, yeah. So apparently Kasper could retire after like literally one game against Rublev, or not even after one game, let's say after 1 point against Rublev, and qualify. Because that would mean that the balance of games remains unchanged, right?
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. Well, that's a huge flaw in the.
Yeah, but apparently the tournament director would then have a chance to like eliminate him out of the tournament, because he would have to declare whether Kasper is fit for the next matches.
The thing is, right? Let's just say it is a genuine injury, but genuine injuries can be 24 hours later better.
Oh yeah, I mean, it would just be down to the physio and the tournament director to like kind of just assess whether Kasper is doing
concussion. Yeah, but then what about something as serious as concussion? And you're now under pressure because you're thinking, wow, I am a bit dizzy, but I can't retire after one game.
No, but again, I mean, this would be just to the people at the event, probably the physio and the tournament director to assess, right? So
the player's going to feel pressure to keep going.
Yeah, I think so. It would be like the most zero integrity move in tennis history, but
yeah. Nurlan,
throwing in a nice drop shot.
Nurlan, I think I explained to you, Nurlan, why I have that picture of me doing this. There was something else I wanted to speak to Nurlan about. I should really write these things down. Anyway, I'm going to go away and I'll be back again in a minute. Nurlan's going to be he's going to be quite upset because he's very keen for anyone who plays eager to win.
Long time no see, Nurlan, indeed. Joao, when it comes to the Hurkacz coach, I read this fantastic article by one of these clickbaity portals in Poland, which basically said that Hurkacz announces when he's going to have a new coach. And that article basically said that Hurkacz, it was this quote from Hurkacz. And that quote was, Well, I'm gonna announce the decision in a week, 2, maybe 3.
I'm glad that you get those 2 in Poland. Yeah. I'll be back in 4 minutes. I hope the match is still happening then.
Yeah, I have no idea who the new coach of Hurkacz is going to be, but apparently they're going to announce it relatively soon. Do I have any guesses? Not really. I think on the WTA when Swiatek announced that she was not going to be working with Wiktorowski any longer, I think there was a definite idea that Fisset is one of the main candidates, and even if not, we were just kind of operating among maybe like 2-3 coaches who are part of the main WTA coaching carousel, if you may. Whereas on the ATP, I think the spread is much, much wider, and it could be literally anybody. So, well, that's another break for Swiatek, who is a set. I mean, not a set and a double break up now, but a double break up in a set that could lead to her victory for the first time, right? Because in the opening set, she was 3-love up and then 4-2 up, but it was never double break. Now she's a double break up, and, well, she might just run away with it. We'll see. I think some pressure has kind of, in the second set, Badosa was really fighting for it, right? She was like a lion and everything. And after the second, you can see that tension has went away a bit from her, like that positive tension, right? That positive stress. She kind of put everything she had into that second set, and so far she's unable to keep it going in the decider. But of course, I'm not going to be like just saying right now that she's done, because so many times in this match she's proven that even when we fought, she was good, she was out, she actually wasn't. I think he will stick to a foreign coach. I just don't know what sort of options we have in Poland right now, to be honest. I don't know. Like, I literally cannot come up with anybody who has been coaching at a high enough level for Hurkacz to sign them up, unless he would just go for something, very low key. Like, Tarczyński has been his sparring partner. He could just sign him as a main coach, right? But probably not gonna do that. Probably gonna try someone like very high profile. So I would say in Poland there's no option like this. Maybe Marcel Ducoudray, but he's barely Polish. I guess he's Polish, South Africa, and UK, and everything. But no, I don't think it's gonna be a Polish coach, because I just don't know who that would have to be. I think it's way more likely that Hurkacz is gonna sign someone who's a former player, definitely foreign, and I have no idea whom, because the pool of the potential players / coaches is so massive. But yeah, I just don't have any idea. More likely to win a major, Hubi or Francis? You misspelled both Hubi and Frances there, which is pretty funny. But anyway, I think both of them only have one slam they can win feasibly. For Hurkacz, it's Wimbledon. For Tiafoe, it's the US Open. If you can win the US Open, you probably can win the Australian Open, but we know that with Francis, it's not exactly been like this. Like, he just really gets everything for the US Open. Like, he just gets everything he can for the US Open. He's always amazing there, but then he does nothing in Australia. What's going on now? We have like some delay, which I'm not sure what it's caused by, to be honest. But Badosa is standing next to the sideboards, and Swiatek is coming back to the bench. Maybe it's some sort of a delay in the crowd. I really don't have an idea. But yeah, anyway, when it comes to Hubi or Frances, I would say that US Open for Frances is somewhat of a chance, because we know that this slam has historically been proven to be like the most open one. But of course, if he beats Fritz this year at the US Open in the semis, he still loses to Sinner. So he would still need to avoid Sinner or Alcaraz later on, I think. Yeah, some problem in the stands, as Joao is saying. And then Hurkacz at Wimbledon, I think, has maybe a slightly better shot. Yeah, I would say Hurkacz at Wimbledon has a better shot. But do I trust him to beat Alcaraz potentially in the final, for example? We saw Sinner Hurkacz in Halle this year, and it was brutal. It was not. I mean, the first set was still close. Of course, it was still tie breaks, right? But you could see that even in these breakers, even in slim margins like a race to 7, Sinner was definitely going to take over. So I don't know, probably neither. But my answer is Hurkacz if I have to. Is it true that Snoop Dogg is in my top 3 favorite artists at the time of all time? No. Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm struggling to even come up with one Snoop Dogg song. But he's iconic, of course. Is it like Gin and Juice, right? There's something like that. I think he's on the next episode with Dr. Dre. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, not one of my favorites, definitely not. But he's iconic. That's for sure. He's like one of these musicians where everybody knows them, but do people actually know their music? Not really. Like no one actually cares about the music, right? It's more about the persona. Yeah, play suspended medical incident. So I guess something happened in the crowd. Pretty like that doesn't really happen at indoor events that often, right? I suppose because well, usually the injuries at tennis are usually the injuries in tennis are like sun related. So a heat stroke. But no, this time something different. Anyway, Joao says that Wimbledon is still the best chance at a slam to upset Sinner Alcaraz, although Alcaraz is two-time defending champion. I mean, yeah, that's not wrong. On grass, it's definitely going to be tighter margins every single time, simply because it's that kind of a surface, right? Neither is the correct answer if I can spell the names. Yeah. Damien, give me one good reason why I should not have 6 pints tonight. That is an interesting one. This is Friday, right?
The match hasn't finished yet, right?
No. It's delay because someone in the crowd basically has some sort of injury.
I wonder why it was still 4-1. Anyway, I'll let you. I'll be back in a minute.
That's why. So with the pint skin, I would say that maybe the answer is that you have to watch some challenger match late in the day, unless 6 pints is not a problem for you to still be able to watch tennis. Otherwise, calories. It might decrease your tennis proficiency in the long run. That's another reason. I wonder if there's a match that's like later today that you really have to watch. I suppose in Montevideo, not really.
No disrespect to Emery, who I actually quite like, certainly as a guy on the brief occasion I met him. But I was hoping that Fonseca was going to be involved in another intriguing one, a match that would have really sort of grabbed me like yesterday's did.
With whom?
Liam Bodie. No. Who could Fonseca be playing? I mean, either someone I know. Well, I know, I don't know how liberal we want to be, but I mean, like Jaime Faria, of course, I'm thinking of, or just somebody who's equally as exciting, or maybe not equally. I don't think anyone is, but almost as exciting, or maybe just someone who's dropped down to that level. I don't know.
Yeah, but that doesn't really track with this. Well, the remaining matches in this event, right? I mean, we're not
I'm not. I don't know
than
who's in the
Fonseca
event, David. I don't know who's in the event. What I mean is just like if like Landa Lucia basically is if Benny Hassan was playing, for example, that would also be one for me as well. That would be like, okay, that could be fun. Maybe on a hard indoor hard. I know, but that's what I mean. But yesterday's grabbed me. At the beginning of the week, it's if I probably looked at the draw and seen that was a possible match, I'd be like, okay, that could be fun. And of course, it was. It delivered.
Benny Hassan got blown out by Bellucci today, so unfortunately, no.
Where's he playing?
Kobe.
Okay.
Bellucci very close to that 100
What
debut.
surface is that? Kobe, is that France?
No, Japan.
Okay. Oh, Kobe. Okay, right.
Indoor hard courts. And Bellucci very close to the top 100 again because of that. He basically needs to either beat Rodionov tomorrow or like needs one loss from Coria today, or Ugo Carabelli not making the final, or Monteiro not winning the title in Montevideo. So basically the results of Montevideo today could already get him in. Otherwise, he will be playing for the top 100 debut tomorrow morning. I see that the schedule for tomorrow is already out. So how are they scheduling the semis this time? Because sometimes the ATP finals, unfortunately, is like a very, well, how do you say it? Like a biased event, something. They just don't give the players equal chances. And unfortunately, it will be the same thing here. So 2:30 p.m. Zverev Fritz and 8:30 p.m. Sinner against somebody. So one of the winner of the second semifinal will get a lot less rest than the winner of the first one.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Who is Montegu? That's not a name that's familiar to me. So should I know them? Are they a tennis player? Are they a
Montegu?
football player? Is it somebody in the live chat? I don't know. Oh, by the way, what would you have thought of a potential Nerland Neil Skupski conversation in the live chat?
I would be scared that he would say something that would make Neil leave and say to everybody that Talking Tennis is the worst channel ever. Montegi isn't there like a no? It's Mintegi, right? There was a Spanish player who won a Junior Slam, I think, or something like that.
Oh, okay.
A girl, but I don't know. It's different.
But he might have just
Anyway,
misspelled it.
what, Keen? The main court is not indoor in Kobe? Of course it is indoors. You have that Bourbon Beans Dome, I think the venue is called, and you have all these like glass panels in the ceiling and that futuristic design, but it is indoors. You can come home drunk to watch Bellucci Rodionov. Yeah, I'd love to do that, but I wonder if it's not going to be while I'm flying, so we'll see. Of course, I won't be drunk yet, either, but
So
how about Paten and Kariovara?
Who's your team, Keen? A Premier League team or a former Premier League team who's now got
No,
crowds?
it's not a Premier League team. It's it's a local one,
Oh, okay, but they played Arsenal somehow.
I guess.
Maybe he means they qualified for Europa League or Champions League.
No, definitely not.
So how did they play Arsenal then?
I don't know.
Okay, I mean, I don't think you can count preseason friendlies. If you say we went from this
Yeah,
to
probably
this,
not.
you can't count a preseason friendly.
Sorry, that's not. Yeah, this medical incident is taking a while.
So I see a medical incident in the crowd. Okay, I didn't quite get the reason.
That's what they say on the broadcast. Play suspended medical incident.
Okay, Dundalk. Yeah. They. Oh wow, I didn't know. So I'm from.
Oh, Europa League. So okay.
Yeah,
So was it
no,
like
I know
qualification?
Dundalk. They were regulars in Europe, I believe, or certainly that's a very well known Irish team, if not.
I mean, in the qualification stages, all right. I mean, or did they make group stage actually?
Maybe. And if it was Europa League, and bearing in mind Europa League is probably less than 10 years old.
Yeah. No,
as
actually, maybe
yeah,
more
Dundalk are. I don't know that they are the most probably well known name in Irish football. I thought, but I could be wrong. Should say Irish soccer probably.
Cork maybe no, but yeah,
Cork
Dundalk could be.
Cork is known, but maybe Cork is known more for the players that come from there, such as Roy Keane.
Maybe Dundalk is indeed more well known.
Made the group stages, says Keane. There you go.
Ah, okay. Never mind. Sorry. Sorry, Keane. I hope you will forgive me this.
Yeah,
I guess I don't know what sort of teams play in the Europa League because Polish teams never do.
Yeah, Shamrock. Yeah, that's
Shamrock Rovers. Yeah, I was thinking we are forgetting about something.
Yeah. So early flight, did you say tomorrow morning to
Yeah,
Alicante?
6 a.m. I'm just not going to bed.
Okay, yeah.
I will have to leave at like 3 anyway, so there's no point.
So you've probably been watching Montevideo, bearing in mind the time zone?
Probably more Drummondville and Champagne. The last few weeks, South American
Yeah, but
challengers have
Champagne is
kind of been...
France, right?
No, it's in the States.
Oh, there's
The
two
venue of
Champagne.
the University of Illinois.
Oh, okay, so it's not the name of a town.
It is.
Okay.
I mean, there are mathematical permutations necessary, but for the Rublev-Rud match. So, like, how many games can Rublev lose in order to still qualify? Which is, I think, just 6. I think
he
if
can
he
lose
loses his 7th game, that's over then.
I mean,
And
6-3.
we are back, but they're gonna have to do a quick warm up.
Okay, 6-3, 6-3 is not nuts.
It's not, but
I was
it
thinking,
requires 3 breaks at least, which
I was
makes it a
thinking
bit
if Carlos got a set today, for example, and was relying on a Rublev straight sets win, I would think that I wouldn't be far away from 50-50.
Yeah.
Even if Rublev had nothing to play for. Now Rublev has something to play for. I mean, that's an interesting motivation, which is probably only going to happen once in maybe Rublev's lifetime.
Yeah, and I don't think he'll be like. At least I think it wouldn't be good for him to know all the calculations going into the match. I
Maybe
think he
not,
should
but if he
just like
loses
know
4
that.
games in the first set, let's say he wins the first set 6-4, might just ramp up that aggressiveness on return. I don't know.
I think
get
he
those-
should know that he has to win in straights and that he has to win convincingly. But I don't think it would be good to know like how many games exactly you can lose. You know.
I
Like, that's
think,
probably
but
what
then
he's
I
gonna
think
play
it
with
might
in
be
mind.
useful. Might be useful if it's 6-3, 4-3. Mightn't it be useful to say, look, you can't afford to lose another game?
But that's just gonna play with your mind too much. I think it's
Could
just
do.
better to know that I have to win as convincingly as possible, and that's.
But then he might also start playing with his mind during the match, thinking, okay, listen, my coach has told me that I need to win in straight sets, but there is a threshold. You know, are you not going to be thinking about that as well?
I don't know. It's
Yeah.
it's definitely tough. But I still think the person, at least for now, who deserves to make it out of the groups there is Casper. So,
Yeah.
and
if you
he
get,
probably will. I mean, he only needs 7 games or a
yeah,
set.
it's
Very likely to get a set. Let's start with that. But
yeah, I would go with 80-20 that he's the one who's going to qualify, or is it even stronger, do you think?
I think it's stronger.
It's just that actually on a normal day, I would expect Rublev to win this match. If we look at their form in their careers or even this year on a hard
Yeah, but I
court.
mean, who cares, right? I mean, the form going into the event after 2 great performances doesn't matter. At the same time, 2021, 2022, great performances from Rud in Turin, beating Rublev in one of these ATP finals appearances as well.
Hmm.
I mean, it's tough to win a match 6-3, 6-3 here. Like, it really is. Of course, Casper won a match 6-1, 7-5 against Alcaraz in the first match. By the way, starting again, Iga to serve.
Cool. Keen is saying this, but it's also because Keen was already wanting to do this stream for a week before.
What is it?
He said that the Forland stream was the greatest one in talking tennis. Not a lot of competition for that one, but is that because of Skupski? I think it's just because he was like, he's just justifying us doing it, if you like. And of course, it was worth doing for sure. But given that he was sort of writing to both of us at various points in the last 7 days, saying, "You're going to do a stream. Come on, you're going to watch it. You're going to do it." Anyway, Iga's on the verge of doing it.
Yeah, Keenan darts it's different because in the Grand Slam, I mean, it's just up to 5 legs, and I think it's just much easier to know all the permutations. There's no
football as well.
thing as well. Like,
And it's also healthy to know.
Exactly.
I mean, in darts and football, of course, you know, you're adjusting your tactics accordingly.
Kinda, yeah. Sometimes brings up some incredible moments, like in 21, Sherrock won from she had to win 5-3, and she won from like 1-3, getting 2 incredible checkouts. remember watching that when I was in Helsinki, and she definitely knew. And I think, there they knew. They know for sure. Any cool names in the qualifying draw for Montemar? Off the top of my head, I think there's definitely a lot of good names in the main draw, but qualifying, no one particular. Oh, Darwin Blanche maybe only, but otherwise it's fine. I actually think Keen is right though about this Forlan live stream being at least one of the greatest in Talking Tennis history, because that's also the one where Neil Skupski showed up.
Well, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. I said I wasn't sure if it was because of Skupski's entrance or the stream itself. But me
5-1.
reminding Neil of the 2-0 at Anfield was not completely random. I'm a Liverpool fan. He said his first comment, or one of his first comments, was that hat is lame, or hi John, pity about the hat or something, because I was wearing a United hat. And Diego Forlan. He hit me back.
We were talking about that match at the very beginning of the stream.
Yeah, of course we were. Yeah. I mean, Diego Forlan, and not mentioning Jerzy Dudek and that 2-0 at Anfield is just impossible to do a 5-minute cameo on him. Iga, by the way, is close to winning right now.
She is, 5-1. Badosa just kind of, the pressure, the tension after the second set. Yeah, I think she just gave it her all. Obviously, there she was fighting. She was digging so deep, and now she just doesn't have that much left to give, seemingly.
Oh, here we go.
And 15-30 as well. Yeah, pretty decent return from Swiatek, and Badosa just seems a bit out of it at the moment. Of course, she also had that break now, right, with the medical. That actually could have helped her, because she was the player who was kind of unraveling, but doesn't seem like it's done all that much. And now Swiatek also pushing her here. Badosa regains the control in the rally, but she's going to miss it. So 2 match points. Pretty underwhelming third set so far. Maybe we still get some miraculous comeback. Just as miraculous as Andrei Rublev qualifying would be. Well, 2 match points saved. And that's pretty much just unreturned serves, and not much that Badosa had to do to come up with these saves. So still going on. Double fault, and 1 more match point for Swiatek. Well, that Grand Slam final between them, I hope it's as good as this second set here was, as entertaining at least.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. Maybe not. I mean, let's say Badosa winning a slam is maybe 20%. Badosa making a final is maybe 50%. But then she'd need to come up against Iga.
I mean, first of all, she has to make a final. That's something she hasn't been able to do.
Yeah. But I think 50%.
How many finals can she make? Max 2, 3? That's the absolute max. And then she also has to come up against Swiatek in these finals. Given that her worst slam is, well, actually, it's kind of debatable. I think it could be Roland Garros, but of course she won it in juniors, and she grew up on clay and everything. But yeah, I mean, it can't be a 50-50, but yeah, it's a possible slam final lineup. I would be excited for a slam final like this.
Well,
yeah, Iga was almost out of this point, but she kind of saved herself with this one pickup, and then Badosa eventually makes the error. Yeah, it just seems like that second set emptied Badosa's both gas tank, but also her mental state. Really, like, she gave everything to fight back. Fourth
what
match
happened?
point.
What happened from the two halves, perhaps 3/3 if you want, of the match? What happened in that 6-3 3-love period for Iga, and then what changed to make it a 3-set match, if you like?
I don't know. I mean, Iga was flying for a while, that's for sure. She saved that breakpoint at 2-3 in the opening set, and then had that, of course, run of games where like Badosa suddenly wasn't getting anything out of the serve, and I don't know, was like constantly in trouble. But then I think Badosa just honestly played super well to get that second set done. The pressure, the depth on the ground strokes, the returns was really good. Of course, Iga isn't like fully comfortable with timing indoor hard, so she was sometimes messing up a bit. Just trying to take the forehand a bit early, but still getting that spin in, and that's not obvious for her. Seems like they are very friendly with each other, still talking after the match now about something. Yeah, I think it was mostly just Badosa putting that pressure on, and Swiatek showing that she's still a little, she still needs some adjusting, let's say, to conditions like this. But after that, yeah, it just seems like Badosa literally put everything she had into that second set, and eventually the third set was just pretty underwhelming.
Iga indoor hard. I guess we don't have as much on the women's side of the game as on the men's in terms of sample size, but it's probably not a particularly enthusiastic environment for her. I know that indoor hard is not quite as black and white as that. I mean, on the men's side, Paris Bercy and Turin, I think, are very different speeds, for example. But yeah, it's probably we're probably not as confident as we would be on a sort of slow, gritty outdoor hard like a Indian Wells, or in the past, maybe to a less extent, New York.
Yeah, I think indoor hardcourts definitely could be very different depending on the speed and everything. So Iga was fine in Ostrava, of course, a couple of appearances,
Ostrava
right?
springs to mind, but it's not a huge sample size.
She played okay too today, right? Like she was fine, but definitely when the depth of Badosa's ground strokes was high, when the intensity was high, you could see a lot of errors on her forehand, especially. It's just that sort of, trying to play it the way she usually does, not having that favorite contact point, not getting a higher ball, like, I don't know, waist high or something like that, but sometimes having to add that spin from even below, and then the grip as well is pretty tough. I don't know. I mean, she's obviously one of the top players in the world indoor hard as well. She's just not, top one. She's just not the best there is and unbeatable. And still remains a very strong asset for Team Poland here. See that there were some comments as well. And yeah, I mean, Badosa, that's quarterfinal against Zidansek. Joao, I was mentioning that, but even earlier in that event, she almost choked to Bogdan, right? So that was the one where everybody was thinking Badosa could be a huge dark horse. And of course, that was the tournament of dark horses, given that we had the Krejcikova, Pavlyuchenkova finals, Zidansek in the semis.
Yeah.
Also, which slam could Badosa realistically challenge for? I think there's no real surface preferences with her, so maybe any slam.
Wimbledon is okay, right?
She did well at Wimbledon this year, yeah. I think she was playing very well. If she had some more like match practice by then, maybe she could have gone even further. There was that great match with Kasatkina that she played that I think took too much steam out of her. But otherwise, yeah. And that's also to Dave's point that like she has to prove that she's physically able to get to the end of tournaments, which at Wimbledon she wasn't. At the US Open, I think she was just too nervous. So that's a different
And
one.
mentally, exactly, a bit of both.
Yeah.
There are a few perhaps opponents less for her at Wimbledon. as probably we've seen with a couple of sort of random winners. I hope Barboda and Vondrousova don't mind me saying that, Marketa don't mind me saying that, but so that might mean that sort of lends itself to Wimbledon. You could say that there's slightly fewer on a clay surface, but then you've also got Iga, so that makes that bit more difficult. So maybe Wimbledon is the one, but yeah, we'll see. Anything else to add on this match? But how much longer have you got, by the way?
In terms of what?
In terms of you have to leave, play table tennis. I don't know. Get a haircut.
Nothing.
Get another haircut. Have a shave. I am drinking Radler, which is also known as Shandy. I don't know if there's a word for it in the US, maybe Shandy as well. It's a 2% beverage, so not particularly strong, and it's a combination of beer and lemonade. Yeah. All right. Listen, get your random questions in the live chat because I have a few more minutes at least. And apparently Damien does too. So fine, I'm happy to come to those random questions in the live chat. Somebody said on Twitter today that the Sara Sorribes Tormo Magda Linette match has to be, one of the best matches of the year or in that conversation. So I don't know. Maybe we need to.
I was thinking about it actually watching
it. At least you watched it, and I'm pleased you watched it because it means I don't have to necessarily watch much of it. Let's say.
I mean, I think we should talk about it in terms of potentially including it, but if it goes in, it's just because that 5th spot is a little. Yeah, you can take it so many different ways, but yeah, I think it deserves to be in the general conversation. Yes,
applications open. There's still an opening if. For those of you interested, if you want to pull out an amazing match over the next 5 days or so in Malaga at the BJK Cup, that would be amazing. What about, and I will come to, so get your questions in the live chat. I've seen some really interesting ones that have been a bit away from, obviously, this Iga Paula battle, so we'll come to those as well. But get as many questions as you want, on as many random topics as you wish, and that does include you, Nolan. But I just want to come to a question that we semi-addressed, at least on, I think it was Wednesday, which is about this WTA matches of the year. What about on the ATP? What are the leading candidates? Is Australian Open final a candidate? No, I didn't enjoy it, really. Didn't enjoy it. And that's a pity because I like Yannick, and winning his first Grand Slam final is nothing. It's crazy and coming from 2 sets to love down. But what matches spring to mind for you? Because right now my mind is a blank.
Basically, sir, I'm just also responding to that question about the Czech Republic from Joao. So they have Noskova, Buskova, Siniakova, Bejlek, and Salkova. So that probably means Iga will play Noskova and Linette or Frank will play either Buskova or Siniakova, depending on who they go. For, Shang Bute, I will be pushing very hard for, that's for sure. But of the big ones, I mean, I know a lot of people have said this year that like the ATP side has lacked classics, and that's true. Like matches that we had going 5, like Alcaraz Sinner, Alcaraz Zverev at Roland Garros, for example, they are kind of questionable.
Alcaraz, if you had to, if you have
to choose one of these, I guess you go Alcaraz Sinner still, but like it had patches of pretty horrible level from either player.
I think I'd go Alcaraz Zverev.
Actually, Alcaraz Zverev, I don't know. I think the 4th and the 5th set are so easy. What was the best Grand Slam final of the year on the ATP is Ashley is asking, and that's kind of related to this. I mean, obviously not the US Open, obviously not Australia, obviously not Wimbledon. So it has to be Alcaraz Zverev. There's just no conversation there, yeah.
Alcaraz Sinner Indian Wells, I think, was good for maybe 2 sets, but maybe the 3rd was a bit. Sinner was struggling physically there.
Which one?
Alcaraz Sinner at Indian Wells.
Indian Wells, yeah. I mean,
by the way,
sets,
I want to just mention it, if for nothing else, to get some internet trolls that'll be saying you can't include that one amongst the matches of the year because of Sinner's positive test.
Yeah. Second set was fine, but otherwise not really. Like, Carlos gets blown off the court in the first set. Yannick is not really able to compete in the 3rd. Zverev Fields, yes, Joao, you are very right to mention this. Zverev Fields Hamburg final.
Also, Fields against
exactly. I mean, not. I don't know if Humbert. Like, it might be Rune, it might be Shelton, it might be Humbert. Like one of these matches in Tokyo, but definitely the Hamburg final. Yeah.
I was there for the Hamburg.
Sinner Alcaraz Beijing, obviously. That's that's 100%. That's a lock.
Yeah. Sinner Alcaraz Beijing. I forgot about that match. And yeah, it was a
Bublik or
great
Koch have any incredible matches this year, Keen? I mean, you tell me. You are the fan.
He's a Bublik fan, is he?
I don't know. Bublik Shelton in Madrid, I guess, was pretty good, but not top 5 of the year contender. But yeah, Sinner Alcaraz is like the lock 100% that everybody will have. I personally will be going hard for Shang Mute. Yes, that's what I can tell you. I think one of the 5 setters at Roland Garros has to be considered, but I'm not sure if it's really that good. But yeah, Hamburg final 100%. And with Tokyo, we have that issue where Fields is like, it's an incredible title run, but it's 3 matches together that makes it an absolutely unforgettable one. Whereas I don't know if one match is enough. Evans Khachanov, I actually feel like it's a little stupid to include this because the 5th set was
mentioning
cool.
it, and I don't mind. I was thinking of mentioning it.
Yeah, I think it should get the mention, but like 0-4, 6-4, great comeback, but no one watched the first 4 sets. Literally no one. So...
and yet the TVs were exploding or with an overload for those last few games for sure. I remember tuning in on my phone.
It's a great set. It's a great moment. It's a great story. I just don't know if we can really include it because of that. Yeah, I just don't think
if it was a slam final, whoever was involved. But if especially if it was Nadal winning it, for
then
example,
people would actually care about the first set.
yeah, we'd watch all.
How about Zverev Medvedev Australian Open semi?
It can just about get a mention, but it was. I mean, I remember that Medvedev drop shot off a serve. It was amusing.
Yeah.
Obviously, Medvedev coming back in that, but I remember seeing. I tell you what, there was a funny thing that I've never seen again since. Somebody posted on social media on Twitter, like an imagery of how close these players are getting to winning the match. They did like a bar thing with the points, and it showed Zverev getting super close to winning the match. I think he got within 2 points, maybe at one point. But then ultimately not winning it. It doesn't jump out. I mean, if you said to me that one or Alcaraz Zverev France French Open, I would still go for Alcaraz Zverev. I think Alcaraz Zverev might make it, or I might try and push for making it.
Yeah, I think it might. Yeah, I think one of the 5 setters at Roland Garros, even though they were so up and down, as Joao mentioned, I think it still probably makes it. One of them at least. Who was the best default of the season? I like the Hunter Reese one. I do.
Yeah. I mean, Hunter Reese played one.
Yeah,
game,
exactly. And I think you tweeted this before I even said his name, but yeah, I think that's my favorite.
Yeah,
Can you please stop? Yeah. Don't tell me what to do. And the match is over. Yeah, I think I like this one.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. Exactly. I thought you were trying to the live chat for a second, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I like my little anecdote that I have that I think it was gonna happen. We were gonna have a hit that day. We're gonna have a hit and probably film it, but that hit never happened because he shot himself in the foot, and they're still playing together as well. I was a bit worried about their relationship in terms of whether they'd be playing together, but they're playing again. I think this week they were playing somewhere, maybe in Montevideo actually.
Montevideo, yeah. They've been going like very different, these very weird locations this year. Kigali
they were
in March
Porto as well. They were in Porto, and yet I didn't see them or anything. I just saw them in Bonn. And I think it was Scott Duncan, not Hunter, who said to me, "Oh, you were in Porto last week," and I was like, "Yeah, I was."
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I don't remember them in Porto at all. I definitely remember them in Kozerki 2 weeks later, but they lost early, I think.
I'm sure he said that. I mean,
are we excited to watch Kyrgios in Brisbane? To be honest, no, but I am excited to watch him at the Australian Open. Like, I don't care how he does in Brisbane, but I do care how he does at the Australian Open. He said himself that like he wants that Grand Slam now. So anytime a slam rolls around, maybe outside of the French, there's gonna be, it's gonna be a story of sorts at least. I don't think no idea how he's gonna do, but
gonna take a selfie of me on this stream. Jake has just sent me a WhatsApp, and rather than just respond, I'm going to say look, we're live.
I'm struggling with your question, Keen, about the carousel playing style. I mean, it's just a classic like college game, right? Just I don't know, hit a good serve, hit a good forehand, go to the net. I don't know. Is there anything more you can say about carousel's play style?
I like how he calls out some of the big guys in tennis, let's say.
I missed this one.
Damien, if both Igor and Badosa ask you out on Twitter by DMing you, who would you give the green light to?
Fantastic. There is a player out of these two who I find more attractive, but I'm not gonna say who.
No, well, let me also say this. Then you might want to be trying to reach out to Mr. Tsitsipas's people.
Yeah, I mean, we're assuming, I think, that neither is involved. That was my assumption, at least. I don't know. Maybe Nurlan didn't mean it. Maybe Nurlan thought that it was going to be additional motivation for me, to also...
John has a better chance of scoring a goal at Old Trafford than Kyrgios winning the Australian Open, says Enserio Bacano on Twitter. I actually wrote down 2, 4, 6. I think I wrote down 8 matches, which isn't many, and it's really difficult to, it's not like maybe last year when we were like trying to whittle it down to 5 or 7 as it was last year. This year, I think it's like, trying to go, well, these 4 were all quite good. I guess we've got to choose one from these sort of 4 pretty good matches. I think you're right. I can actually make it. I think we've only mentioned 7 really, because I've written down Evans Hatchanov as one of the 7. And I didn't
probably
write
don't
down...
remember some stuff. Oh, Shelton Tiafoe, US Open.
Yeah. I'll write that one down. Yeah.
I mean, we would have to go through the draws and everything.
Yeah, we would. Yeah, because I'm sure we're probably missing like a second round from Madrid or something.
Well, first round from Madrid is Muteshang, that's for sure.
Yeah, right.
I guess another 4-hour match was Nadal Navone if you wanted, but I don't know.
I mean, I think that Nadal was involved. I maybe would say that some of the emotion in Madrid was a bit greater for Nadal. I'm not necessarily saying that they were better than the Navone match. Was that one of his longest, or maybe even his longest 3-set match of his career or something? Nuts.
Where did it reach? Because like how long was it? Because it was like right on the verge with Djokovic, Nadal, Madrid, of course. Like it was next to each other. I don't remember which one went longer eventually. Keen, I think we're just sticking with ATP Tour for these.
Yeah. I don't even know what happened between Kozlov and Tennis Sangren.
I don't even remember that much anymore either. But
dearie me, Keen, your fandom.
Yeah, Keen is all about that Tomic Galarneau match, which I think, it's not really close to like top 10. This week, for example, right on the Challenger Tour, we've had Fonseca Landaluce and Vatanuki Blocks. I think these 2 matches are 10 times better than Tomic Galarneau.
All right, matches of the year. I think we're just sort of having small talks at the moment about that. We may well do a Twitter Spaces at some point in the next couple of weeks as we try and whittle it down to 5.
We have to wait for the Davis Cup finals first.
Oh yeah.
I don't think we'll wait for the next gen finals, but for the Davis Cup finals, I think we should. Yeah, I mean, honestly, BJK King Cup today gave us a small contender. I don't think it will make it into the top 5.
An honorable mention.
It's cool to mention it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we really can't find anything for that number 5 spot, then maybe. But
well, I think did we not? I don't think we included. There was Daniel Collins, Iga Swiatek in Australia, Daniel Collins against.
Second round. I forgot about this match, but no, it's not top 5. But it's fine to mention.
I'm just thinking. I'm just spitballing right now. If you know that expression,
it's fine to mention it. Yeah.
There's also Daniel Collins against, I think it was... What about Iga against Kim Wen-jeng? Was that exciting? I don't remember that match that well at the Olympics. Kim Wen-jeng...
Are you kidding?
Oh, it was straight sets, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was the one where Iga was like unable to put a shot in.
Yeah.
He was nervous.
But Madrid actually had quite a few. You had Sabalenka, Rybakina, 3rd set tiebreak.
Putintseva, Rybakina as well?
Yeah, French Open.
Collins the 2 matches. No, I'm actually thinking of putting Sevare Bakina the Madrid one.
Oh,
French Open was Paulini Rybakina, right?
okay, yeah.
And there's
Putintseva have
also
match
the
points?
Collins matches, huh?
Yeah, Putintseva had a couple of match points, I think.
Yeah,
And I think
yeah.
one of them was saved on a nut job rally, crazy rally. I think that finished with Rybakina chasing down a drop shot, I think, which was one of the match point saves. Yeah, I like that one. Colin Sabalenka Madrid is underrated. Well, I'm trying to rate it, Xiao.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and I think it was kind of rated at the time. But
Sabalenka
I know
Rybakina
what
as
Xiao
well.
means.
The semis, right? Madrid
Sorry?
was the best. Sabalenka Rybakina semi as well. Madrid was the best event of the year, seemingly, on the WTA.
For women, yeah, but I think men was...
No, please don't.
Yeah. I liked
you know?
Carlos against Jan Leonard, but...
Nadal against Kachin.
And I liked, the Nadal, but I'm not putting it forward. But there was more... No,
I would like to put it in and just mention, just keep talking about the
T-shirt.
exchange.
Yeah. We could certainly do a short, hopefully a shorter show on sort of 5 controversial or funny or amusing or non-tennis related moments of the year. I mean, the Jack Draper match point against Felix certainly could get a mention in there. I'm trying to think of some funny things that happened this year. We hadn't had a Cotton Eye Joe moment this year, unlike last year on the women's side. Okay. There's any more questions in the live chat? Well, obviously, they're mostly match of the year one, but there was quite a few actually before the previous match finished. And hi, Jake, by the way. I'm on the beers tonight as well. Hi, everyone. Good of Ashley arrive at 5:28. So just as that probably match point was dropping, there were some questions. Oh yeah, is the court fast in Malaga for the women?
So.
I say for the women because it's 2 different venues, although in theory might not be crazily different.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. Some excitement for Poland as well. Which slam could be? I think we've already done that one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 12K subs, I think it is. Very doable indeed. I think a normal 6 or 7 weeks, I think we would do it. But is this going to be a normal 6 or 7 weeks? Not necessarily.
We'll see.
I
think I told John about the shower thing once, but I'm not sure if he knew Moreno de Alboran at the time, so maybe he wouldn't necessarily combine the 2 stories, at least not at the time.
Shower?
Yeah. Does John know that Moreno de Alboran got defaulted for having a shower once?
Oh, okay. I think I've heard about it, but it slipped my mind for sure.
I think I told you about it, but probably at the time you were not aware of Moreno de Alboran yet. So
no, right. Which one is more like
it was just the fact that during a toilet break he was playing Del Bonis, and during a toilet break he took a shower, and Del Bonis came back because Del Bonis saw him and he told the umpire, and Moreno de Alboran was defaulted for showering during a toilet break because apparently he can't.
Del Bonis, the little snitch.
I think it was Del Bonis, actually. I'm saying that off the top of my head. But yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Was Del Bonis the opponent? Sorry, was Del Bonis playing in the match?
Yeah, the opponent.
Okay. Well, that helps a bit. I was more worried that actually it was somebody who wasn't even playing who just snitched. Damien, which one is more likely? Iga wins Wimbledon or me and John hosting a show together? Iga winning Wimbledon.
I think so, yeah. I understand why John is a little uncertain about allowing you that, Nurlan. I do understand that. So I think it probably is Iga winning Wimbledon. I think she will win Wimbledon one time in her career. One time.
I think probably, yeah. Maybe I've got a bit more doubts right now than I think a year ago I would have said yes. But I have given Nurlan a couple of little... Before you start worrying, just hear me out. I have given Nurlan a couple of little moments of, hey, Nurlan, send me a video in a preview for, a Wimbledon final or whatever. Then I'm fine. But I think ultimately he likes to do all this. I'm going to come on the show. I own talking to Nurlan. but ultimately, when you call him out, nah.
Yeah, he likes the back and forth and
exactly
the process.
Yeah. He likes the anonymity.
He just chickens out.
Yeah. He loves the anonymity of it all, I think. Cool. Just having a quick look. Swiatek finally has to win a Guadalajara. What's this about Guadalajara and Swiatek Badosa. We all know how Guadalupe. So did she lose to Badosa?
That's about no, that is about the WTA finals, because even though Swiatek won, Badosa was still through.
Ah, okay, got it. Oh, I see. Yeah,
2021.
Yeah.
Swiatek was already out, Badosa was already through, and that's.
I actually don't remember Igor at that tournament.
Because she did pretty horribly. Yeah, I think there was a close match against Sabalenka, but basically after 2 matches she was out, Badosa was through. So.
Have you answered this question?
No, because I'm kind of struggling to just come up with an answer on the spot, right?
I think if I understand the question correctly, it's like, oh, this guy should have a good game for X surface, and they don't.
But instead, exactly. Like, instead,
what about that one? I mean, and we talked about, and I think it's a salient point, is that you were like, there's certain players such as Liam Brody that don't do well on a particular surface, and then suddenly start doing well on that surface. And maybe they always had the game for it and it's never quite materialized. Okay, this is not really answering it, but it's just something that's coming through my mind right now. Felix and to a lesser extent, Chapo have never kicked on from... Did Felix do well in 2021 at Wimbledon? I think he did, didn't he? Both of them on grass, I thought this is a thing, going to be a thing.
Chapo has his best slam run.
Semi-final, yeah, I know Chapo, yeah. But didn't Felix do well at Wimbledon? But anyway, those two...
Yeah, he has one run as well, and he also won... Did he win Halle, or did he make the final? He made the final, I guess. But so, yeah, I mean, it's just tough to come up with this on the spot. Like, you would actually have to do research in order to answer this question. It's a good one, though. I am interested in like what people's answers could be.
I mean, okay, it's quite difficult to answer this question in this way, because I think it's normally something more like an isolated incident, such as what was a great like Medvedev winning Rome is probably going to be a generational sort of, how did that happen?
It's not his best surface, definitely not. Sometimes the sort of like the preferences also change as the players go through levels, right? Like, I don't know, Grigspor was a clay specialist on the Challenger Tour, and he's far from a clay specialist on the ATP Tour, because the weapons just don't do as much damage anymore. He needs the quicker courts to allow him to like hang with the better players. And there's a lot of guys like this for sure. So
Alcaraz is kind of an interesting one in that, you know, probably 17, 18.
Yeah.
Probably before that, you'd all be thinking about French Open, clay, you know, is he going to be able to do okay on certain other surfaces, especially quicker ones, etc. And yeah, he's got 2 Wimbledons.
Yes, that's true. I mean, definitely when he was arriving on the scene, everyone thought he was just going to be like a clay specialist at first, but that was never really the case.
Yeah. Gin and tonic, says Dave. Okay, good. Just going through some chat questions from 15 minutes ago. Best ATP match of the year is Federer Fils. Yep, certainly a big
will
contender.
Be included for sure.
Yeah, I think. There was drama as well. I'd forgotten about the drama. You know, there was. I think there was an underarm serve, some upset.
Yeah.
You know, obviously you had a partisan crowd. There were some chats with the umpire. They seemed to have a pretty chilly exchange at the net at the end of the match, albeit that by the time the champagne was being sprayed, things had calmed down. Bublik, are we going to see any more big results from him? I mean, he's won titles this year.
Did he? Yeah, Montpellier. That was actually a famous run, because he won all his matches from a set down.
Yeah. Can Medi fix things? We sort of touched on that quite strongly last night.
I think we talked about it yesterday. Just get the rest. Finally, get that shoulder to work again. Win a tournament, sure, but just beating Sinner Alcaraz in a best-of-5 match now seems a little...
Jarry, was that this year or last year? Was it this year, Moutet Jarry? I think it was, wasn't it?
Where? The one in with the crowd earlier?
Yeah, in Chile.
This year, because then they rematched at Roland Garros, right?
Yeah, and I think Moutet won this one, and of course Jarry won the title last year. So yeah, but that's one that we certainly... I like the question, but it's very difficult to answer on the spot. Yeah.
Do you want on the screen or?
Yeah, I mean, as Dave says, like there's probably quite a long list of potential Mutet matches. I mean, him asking
Yeah,
coffee,
including Muteshang, of course.
and including Mutet. Was that the one where he asked the coffee? I think it was, wasn't it?
What?
When he asked for coffee at one point, he asked
I
for
don't know.
an espresso.
Yeah, I
I
don't
think it was
remember.
that match. Yeah, it was either that match or Roland
It
Garros. I'm
was
not sure.
3
That was
hours,
that match. It was
59
Madrid.
minutes, and did have some incredible moments, like the save in the third set tiebreak where he throws his racket out of his hand.
All Ashley remembers from Porto was your drinking bad wine experience.
Yeah, not a fan of wine in general. I'm not a fan of that port wine either. I don't know. I mean, this opinions on this can vary, Dave. I don't know. I don't know how strong.
I know what two of my classic issues are. One is far more damaging than the other one. It's just I frame it somehow into the sort of bottom part of the net, and obviously that has disastrous consequences.
As in when you slice. Okay.
Yeah. So I catch it with the frame.
So I don't know how confident you feel about your slice. I think mine is okay. So
Well, but the other issue is, which is the more common issue, but it's an issue, is I just hit it way too high.
Yeah,
you want it. Yeah, exactly. You want it fizzing over the net rather than floating, as you say. So how come the potential hit didn't happen with Hunter? Well, basically because he got defaulted, and I think even by the time I'd arrived at the venue, they'd left. But even if they hadn't, I don't think the mood was there for it. And asking for a practice court with some YouTuber when a guy's just been defaulted for that, I think would have just not happened, even in Bonn. So yeah, but fingers crossed it still happens. We're still in touch, at least. I've got his WhatsApp and stuff. Not sure, Keen, but fortunately, I've barely driven in the last 10 years. I sort of drive once or twice a year. Not an issue for me. Say spit. I think spitball is an expression, Keen, meaning like what do you call it? When you put a brain map on a wall and just you start. Yeah.
Brainstorming.
Brainstorming. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, thank you. That match was supposed to be Djokovic versus Nadal. It became Djokovic versus Nadal. What's that in relation to? Was Nadal going to play a tournament and then he withdrew?
I don't even remember, to be honest.
Might have been Indian Wells. Might have been.
Monte Carlo Nagal lost to Rune, I think. I don't remember.
There was something like this.
There was something like this.
But Indian Wells, I think Nagal was his replacement. I'm pretty sure in the draw because I think he withdrew. I think someone got a lucky loser, and it was like a day before the tournament began. I think.
Okay, that's what Joao says right now. Yeah.
Just having a quick look.
But then Djokovic played Nagal, or
no, I think maybe they might have met or potentially met. We might have looked at the draw because I think then Djokovic would have played Nardi. Maybe Nardi beat Nagal. Maybe
Nardi lost to Nagal in February in a challenger final, which was actually a top 100 playoff. I don't think they played later in Indian Wells, did they?
I'm just going to see who Nagal played in Indian Wells. I think he was in the first round this year. Yeah, that's right. So, well, at least I know this. Nadal was going to play Raonic in the first round, and Nagal got the lucky loser spot. And maybe there was a collision course potentially between him and Djokovic.
That kind of has zero. Yeah, I don't see how this goes to Djokovic, to be honest.
But maybe they would have potentially been on a collision course. I don't know.
No, maybe not at all, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I think it's even other half.
Oh, okay. Well, that is when I say collision course, they'd have to at least be in the same half, I would suggest.
I don't know. I'm still looking for him in the draw. Actually, I don't know. No, it's not. It is the same half, but it would be like
semis.
No, is it? Is it even the same half? I don't know. Anyway, they're nowhere near close.
Especially as Nadal winning a match, especially against Raonic, would have been a tough one. Curious of Talking Tennis chat. I don't know if that's Nerland potentially or somebody else. Jake's certainly spreading some love. Ashley can't believe, of course, that Mehdi won that title, and I'm sure you don't mean Miami. Would you rather go on a night out for drinks with Neil Skupski? For sure. Because if both were aware of their story, so Neil right now will be, because it's 2 days later, and I hope he remembers joining our live chat 2 days ago. Clara might not be aware, but my point is this, is that if you said, oh, this guy was at a press conference in Strasbourg, he asked you this question, you didn't particularly enjoy it, and she might remember it at that point, and then you give me the two individuals to choose, I'm going for Neil, yeah. Despite our different...
I'm straight, I would go Clara, but that's fine.
Fine.
And actually, Keen, I don't agree. I love driving. I wish I had the potential, the ability to do it more often. Like, I'm not just gonna go out and drive, it's just money wasting. But I'm actually very excited when I have to drive somewhere. I absolutely love.
We just hit 11,500. I didn't even see it happen, but we did. That big round number. Silky, did you put? Yes, I did. I mean, I went for Zverev in 3, but the manner of the win didn't entirely surprise me. Let's say that. Yeah, Carlos had to take what little chances he had. Let's say that, and he didn't. You drive daily, Dave. Yeah, but in the US, different situation, right?
Yeah, you have to drive daily in the US.
Yeah, I mean, you're not getting many buses.
Sometimes you see that cultural difference on, like, I don't know, YouTube videos or something. So like a guy is gonna wake up, drive somewhere, and then he goes for a run there, and then he drives back to his home, for example. It's pretty insane if you live here and you just are way more used to public transport and having good walkways everywhere. And
Well, I think we're coming to an end, so you better get your question in. Write those questions ASAP, because we have basically run out of things to say. I don't think there's anything else that I've missed. Rune versus Nadal. They've never played each other and never will now. And that was a match that I was also thinking could happen in Brisbane, because, I mean, obviously, I think they were in separate halves of the draw, but there I was thinking a Nadal run to the final is very much within his reach.
You know where it should happen? The final of the French Open, because Holger is going to break the record, right?
You think Holger's going to win 14 or 15?
That's a famous quote from him, that he is going to break the record.
Okay.
That was his goal.
Is Rune going to win a slam? Still, it's difficult. It's difficult to come
You're asking me, and I am going to say yes. But if someone says no now, I totally understand.
I understand. I just think it's still too early to answer that question in a way with great clarity. It's not. It
doesn't seem as obvious as it did a year or two ago.
Right. But there's a line at one point, and I understand it. So the Medvedev, will he win another slam question makes sense. His age, what's been going on the last couple of years, blah, blah, blah. Tsitsipas now is certainly at that point. Well, actually, it's gone beyond that point, I think, for many. I know you're one of them. It's gone beyond the point that when that question sort of is a real question anymore. 2 years ago, definitely. I just think that Rune, I still think Rune, it's just a bit too early to even ask the question, but never mind answer. I know we can answer it, and I would say yes as well, because the tools is there. It's not like it's not like a Tsitsipas, for example, or a Berrettini, where you can just work out a way of getting this done. Or it's also not. I think Rune playing his absolute best against Djokovic on a hard court. Okay, I know there's no indoor hard court slam, but it's a fantastic thing to watch. In fact, even Rune, when he's not playing at his best, I've seen him play some good matches against Novak. Also on clay in Rome as well. Rune playing his best against Sinner or Alcaraz is a thing, I think. I think it's a thing. Tsitsipas playing his best against those two is not a thing. Medvedev,
it's more exciting than Paul, Fritz, Tsitsipas,
and all of those guys playing their best. All of those, so an absolute Tommy Paul playing out of his mind. Okay, I think he's had 1 or 2 good results against Alcaraz, but probably most of them were sort of 2 years ago or so, or 18 months ago. And Alcaraz is just way off it in Canada. I think one of those losses came, and I think the other one came a couple of weeks later in Miami, and it was super close. But yeah, whereas Rune, I'd rather go with Aruna, who, playing out of his mind, can beat anyone on the planet, than, playing out of his mind is probably number 8 in the world.
Yeah. I mean, I think he would definitely add something to the ATP finals if he was there more than, I don't know, Alex de Minaur was able to, for example, right?
Keane's tried to sell me this match for about 2 years now. In fact, I don't think I've known Keane that long, but it's 2 years since the match happened, and Keane and his stand.
There was a lot of drama, that's for sure. I don't think I ever watched it too thoroughly because I was driving to Braunschweig at the time, which was a huge trip, and I had to go through Warsaw, which was also, going in circles pretty much. So I spent the whole day driving, and I was just listening to some commentary or something like that.
He is a top 20 filler at the moment, which is, I mean, despite obviously some of his flaws, is still.
Clay.
No, not in Monte Carlo.
I mean, not on Clay, straight up, right?
No,
I
know.
Clay, he was right back, right top.
Yeah, but there's still a gap. Again. That's the problem. There's still a gap, and I know. And if there's a gap between you and the elite, it does still feel a bit like a filler.
I mean, there kind of wasn't this year because Sinner and Alcaraz barely played the Clay season. But yeah, I mean, sure. By Roland Garros, we realized that
I'm thinking Roland Garros.
Yes.
Rune needs a coach. I know what you mean. I just think he's probably a tricky one to coach, and I don't mean that as a criticism, and that's also not me praising Patrick Mouratoglou or anyone else that's taken up that job. I just think that he probably is a tricky person. I mean, I think Alcaraz could be a tricky person to coach, particularly probably more 2 to 3 years ago, despite the unbelievable talent. Maybe it is a bit tricky with Rune with all those tools. I mean, I think it's probably a bit more down to Rune and shot making or decision making, I should say, than anything else. And I think that decision making is made like that. So best coach in the world is not going to be there, be able to freeze the video and frame it and say, look, this is what you need to do at this point, because he's so instinctive. And that's what I was thinking, Zhao. Yeah, I've just seen some just non-matches between those two on clay in Barcelona, in Paris. Have they played each other? I think they played each other twice at the French Open, right?
This year and last year.
Yeah, exactly. Both were straight sets, and Carlos was very generous to, I think, give a break back to Stefanos last year.
Last year, yeah. This year, a little more competitive, but still, given how Alcaraz was looking at the start of the event, still pretty brutal to lose it in straights.
Yeah. All right. Let's call it a day. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you for pushing us to the 11,500 mark. I don't know if there's 1 or 2 people from this particular stream or elsewhere. We've got some Nadal content up on the channel. Maybe that's helping us tick over as we try and get to 12K by the end of the year. Matches of the year, which is something we touched upon just now. That will be an episode or 5 to come sometime end of November, beginning of December. Thank you, Zhao. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Keen. And Jane and anybody else who I've seen in the chat. Did I see Jane, or am I inventing things? I certainly saw Jake and Sergio Bacano. Enjoy your trip tomorrow, Damien, to Alicante.
Yeah, I will. Probably will not enjoy the fact that I have to leave at 3 a.m. and then fly at 6, but at least I will probably sleep on the plane.
From Gdansk?
From Gdansk. So at least that's good, because this just extends my journey so much if I have to go to Warsaw. From, let's say, I don't know, 10 hours total, because I'm going to leave my house at 3 a.m. and I'm going to land in Alicante 10:30 or something like that. So it's 7 hours, 30 minutes. If I had to go to Warsaw, it just extends the trip, I don't know, double, maybe.
Who's in the draw there? I mean, you probably answered this question during live chat earlier, but I didn't see it.
Nagal is the top seed, I think. Coria, then Jumhur. There's a lot of good players, Miller, I don't know, Butfilas and Gaubas will both be there in terms of the youngsters. Budkov Kier. Yeah, I'm kind of... Passaro is supposed to come back, but I don't know because he hasn't played in a while. We'll see. But yeah, I'd say it's a pretty good lineup. I think there are 2, of course, European challengers, but 1 indoor hard, 1 clay. Rovereto, slightly better lineup, I would say, but I have a good direct flight to Alicante. Joao, I'm not going to go to Maya this year, but definitely something that I will be doing at some point in the future. This time I chose Alicante or Montemar as the other name of that event.
I think
this year, but yeah, Maya is fine.
Might have been at a tournament that you or I were at. Maybe Porto, maybe
possibly, yeah, because me and John both were both at Estoril and Porto this year. So, and I'm definitely gonna be in Estoril next year as well. So,
okay, what do you mean definitely? I mean because you want to?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I want to too. The only thing is, do we know the date?
Yeah.
Do we?
Second week of Madrid.
Okay, that actually makes it in a way, a little easier. Yeah, let's do it, shall we?
Not for myself, but well, I mean, I guess it makes so. We were at the. Well, actually, John, you were also at the Porto Clay event, right?
Yeah.
So John was at both.
Okay, so that was when it was. Oh, okay, yeah.
John was at both Porto Challengers. I was only at the hardcourt one. But yeah, I mean, I definitely want to go to Estoril next year. One of the 175s. This is going to be during the second week of Madrid.
It could be an almost good lineup. I just think you might miss. I mean, obviously, team and maybe
you will miss Hurkacz and Ruud.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
but
true. Well, I mean, I'll just tell you now, I would miss one of those.
I don't care about that at all. Like, I want to go to a 175. I did go in 2023 to Cagliari. This year I skipped the 175s. But definitely want to go to one next year, and Estoril is the perfect opportunity there. I think if I do it early enough, I can catch a nice cheap flight, and should be good.
Yeah, I'll try for media accreditation for Madrid, but who knows where? I mean, the media accreditation process in the last 6 months has been so weird. I've been rejected, then told I've been accepted, then it's just don't know. I mean, I'll try Madrid, but I'll do both. Maybe I'll do if Madrid said yes, which is a long way away from now. Who knows what's going on there? But if they said yes, I could do the first week of Madrid and then go off to Estoril. Maybe even give my Madrid pass to someone else at Talking Tennis if I got it, which is far from guaranteed right now. But I hope to get Buenos Aires. That's on my radar for next year, February. I've actually never been to Estoril because I always like to go to Madrid, but I have to go to Estoril someday for sure. Yeah, why not make it when it needs you more than ever? Probably as it drops down to 175. Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of the date of it. If it was in its usual slot. Actually, that beginning of April, I might have found it a bit trickier, but in a way, May might be more doable. Yeah. We can meet up with some of the people that we now sort of know.
Well, some of them, the ones that were like there, actually, yes, but the ones that like showed up for this event, like Gokalp or Basel.
Maybe they will. Maybe they'll be equally.
For a Challenger 175, I doubt it.
Well, maybe they were sold on the region.
I mean, yeah, I think they were sold for sure. We saw on a couple of occasions that they were very sold.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when there was salmon, I think, nearby, or tequila, for that matter.
Basel loved salmon.
Yeah, he did. Basel, actually, I think he was getting a bit disenchanted with certain things going on the tour, let's say, just like I was last year. I haven't really... I mean, I think he's still very much enthusiastic about tennis, but I think since... what's the Netherlands WTA ATP 250 kind of joint? Yeah, exactly. I think he was getting the same sort of feelings as I was, which do come and go, which is part for the course. Thanks very much for tuning in, everybody. Nagal, I think, is very much the interview I would be chasing if I was in Alicante next week. Not just because he's number one seed. I just think, his story, his nationality, and everything else, I think, makes it intriguing. played Federer, didn't he, at the US Open? Am I right with that, or have I invented that? Yeah, 2019 maybe.
Yeah.
Right.
18, 19.
19,
I don't know.
19, I think. Yeah.
I don't know, 18 or 19. But yeah, 19, I think would make sense.
Right. Take care, everybody, and we'll speak to you all soon. Probably next live stream will be tomorrow, somehow, somewhere. Cheers. Bye-bye. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready? Play.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready. Play.
There's a ticket sales, but also
No way, this was actually Neil Skapski, by the way.
What's this? Something about Neil Skapski is probably used to it. I didn't get that one, sorry.
Okay. Neil Skapski showed up in the chat, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. There was someone called Neil Skapski in the chat, was there?
On these Polish streams, I sometimes do Zhizhen Zhang would show up from time to time. I don't think it was actual Triple Z.
Listen, it probably wasn't Neil Skapski, but if it was, then they've done, or if it wasn't, sorry, they've done their homework because he is a Liverpool fan. Because his comment
is good. That was just like this elaborate, right? I like that.
Yeah, so they've done their homework, which is good because he's a Liverpool fan and therefore he wouldn't like my hat. But I'm suggesting that it wasn't him.
And yeah, Neil Skapski would also be suggesting Luke Johnson, of course, for a fellow Brit.
Brazy is convinced it's the real Neil Skapski. Jake is asking if it's the real Neil Skapski. Yeah, could be. I mean, if you're gonna fake being someone, then you're probably not going to choose Skapski, but then that's probably a good one to choose as a result.
Why wouldn't you choose Skapski?
You wouldn't choose him because you go for a big one. You know, why not be Martin? Yeah, but I mean, like in the world of tennis,
if it's the real Neil Skapski, now you kind of
be annoyed at that. As well as the Man United hat, I'm going to have to go on a big apology towards him, and yeah. I'm not big, he says. Yeah, there you go. Neil, if it's you, you're huge. But I'm still thinking that Neil, you're not Boris Becker. That's the one you got to choose, or Martina Navratilova, or Steffi Graf. I mean, you can go for a current player, I guess, but why not go for one of the legends like that in the singles?
I'm sorry, Neil. I think top 20. Well, former number one doubles. Like you're still big.
You're big, but
you're big to me. You're big to me.
But we still don't know if it's. And by the way, we're not going to get the truth out of Neil anyway, because if it's him, he's going to go, "Yeah, it's me. I'm the real Neil Skapski." And if he's not telling the truth and it really isn't Neil Skapski, he's going to go, "Yeah, it's me."
We'll never know, unless he like.
Well, no. How we'll know, Neil. If you are the real Neil Skapski, send me a DM on Instagram or on Twitter, and then we'll know. Neil's officially a friend of the show.
Yeah, friend of the show, Neil Skapski, actually, yes.
Or maybe the first enemy of the show, arguably, given the hat and the Liverpool.
Given what you said about him not being big, probably. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, Neil, send me a DM and then I'm with you all the way.
Officially a friend of the show, yeah.
Yeah. I've got a development. I've got a development in the Neil Skapski story. So the real Neil Skapski has definitely joined us on Instagram. So
wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So he joined because on Instagram you can sort of see obviously who they are, and he's got the blue tick and everything. So
and what is that interesting thing?
I'm guessing it's in response maybe to something I said, like about, I think I'd go for a Becker or a Graf if I'm going to fake it. Anyway.
Wow. Okay, I'm actually kind of shocked.
I'm surprised that Neil, being a Liverpool fan, has tuned in to Diego Forlan, given what obviously happened between Liverpool and Manchester United in 2003. Oh, Anfield. Neil, just remember that match, 2-0.
And Neil would actually be old enough to remember this already, right? When he was in 2003.
Let's not talk about Neil's age. I mean, we don't want to.
I was saying old enough in 2003. Just that.
Yeah, ask Neil a question if you like in the live chat. Do that, and we'll share it if it's not too rude. Is that the last time United beat us, Neil? Yeah, very funny, Neil. Very funny. Yeah, you having a nice little moment, obviously with Arne Slot, but yeah, we'll see how this season pans out. We'll see how this season pans out. Yeah, so feel free to ask Neil a question. Neil, where in the world are you right now? If you're in mainland Europe, it's 2 in the morning, or if you're in the UK, 1, but maybe he's stateside.
Yeah, Jerzy Dudek, I mean, forever a legend for Liverpool, but not for that much at United.
Well, he's a legend for
Liverpool actually.
Yeah, of course, for the Champions League final.
Yeah, for Istanbul, but not for this one horrible blooper.
Yeah, Neil here. Look, normally we have a section, Neil, which is basically ask Damien or ask John or ask anyone who's on the show. But I do think that maybe you're going to get 1 or 2 more questions from the live chat than we might. But yeah, feel free, of course, to ask Damien or myself anything if you want for the next. We'll stay live for another 5 or 10 minutes as we've got tennis royalty here in the chat. Do you see how I've switched very quickly to tennis royalty now as I try and claw back some points? I'm kind of I'm 6 love, 5 love down, and I'm about to face tennis humiliation, and I'm trying to charm my way back into Neil's good books. So I've just got to share this comment again on the screen. So I would have met, not that Neil will remember, because it's not exactly probably the most memorable moment of his tennis career, but I would have met Neil last year at the Davis Cup. I might even have put a question to him, I don't know, at one of the press conferences for the British team, probably the pre-tournament press conference. He would have been there in Malaga. Anyway, all right, well, have we had a more famous person in our live chat than Neil Skupski? I think we haven't.
Nick Carter.
Yeah, Nurlan.
Nurlan probably.
It's a good time for us to say goodnight. Good night, Neil Skupski. Good night, Brazy. Good night, Ghosty. See you, Neil. Thanks very much. Yeah, take care.
Neil, yeah.
See you, Ghosty. See you, everyone else. And everyone else, including Neil, of course, you know the drill. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready. Play.
Hombre. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo ha ido el vuelo? ¿Sí?
Tranquilo. Suerte.
Charlie, puedes saludar, ¿eh?
¿Qué tal?
Bien, bien. Mucho tiempo, ¿eh?
bien?
Sí. Bien, tío. ¿Tú?
¿Cómo estamos? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo va?
Tenemos una colección, todas las de temporada.
Te llaman 2 minutos. Te llaman 2 minutos.
Lo he hecho yo ya.
Ah, estás.
Muchas gracias.
Muy bien. Muchas gracias.
Vamos ahí, hacemos una foto con
Sí. Sí, un momentito solo. Gracias.
Que va a soltar las cosas.
Muchísimas gracias, Rafa.
Muchas gracias, Rafa.
Rafa, un saludito. Rafa, ¿me lo puedes dedicar?
Rafa, ¿puedo una foto, por favor?
Pues
Sí, ¿me la hacéis?
sí. Ay, un momento. Oh, espérate, perdón.
Gracias, chicos.
Un saludito, Rafa.
Tienes tú en tu academia, ¿eh?
¿Ah, sí?
Sí.
Toma, yo quiero
¿Lo puedo
otra.
hacer por aquí?
Rafa, yo quiero otra.
Pero también, o él o el teléfono está en la
Rafa, yo
valla.
quiero otra, por favor.
algo que me pueda
Venga, ay, nena.
Quítate,
que
Lucía,
acabo de
quítate,
llegar,
cariño.
chicos, sí, vamos.
Lucía, quítate, cariño.
Vale, venga.
Venga,
Muchas
suerte,
gracias.
Rafa.
Gracias, muchas gracias. Perfecto.
Respiro. Hostia. Ya. Hombre.
¿Qué pasa?
Oh, cuidado, cuidado, cuidado.
¿Cómo estamos? ¿Todo bien? Ah, aquí tenemos un encordador.
Hostia,
Que no fuerte, ¿eh? Que no fuerte la máquina, Bruno. A ver, espérate. Está un poco.
está viniendo. Más bien. No me cago en la hostia. ¿Qué?
Todo el direct, tío, no bastante.
Esa es la cosa.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready. Play.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.